All right, folks. Since we have already done 2 runs through Better's new Mask of the Rose, one playthrough in which we sold ourselves for quick love, sold our soul to rescue our love, to absolute devastation, and a second playthrough where we got the full game experience, solved the mystery, ended up in a cool polycule. There's still stuff we want to do with it, but we have already invested a lot of time and energy into pursuing this good golden ending. So today I want to take a break from Mask of the Rose and shift things over for a bit. To a card-based cult simulator management game. And that's right, that could only mean one possibility. It means you're going back to mobile games today because it's been a while, and playing Underhand. Which is actually a university project game that was made in like 2017 or thereabouts. And so Spoopy Squad has since graduated, and all the component parts went on to pursue their own careers. And so sadly, this is the most we'll get out of them. But for a university project released on mobile, inspired by Cultist Simulator, it is superior in so many ways. Like they came in for one game, one class project, and that's all they had to do. We've actually got Cordian to thank for getting me back into Underhand when I first got a mobile phone in 2017, because for my theory class in not my theory class, my methods class in anthropology, our department chair said that for what we were doing, we would need to work with an app. And so I heard app to mean a phone app, and not fine, I'll finally get a phone. And then put some games on it, this included, and this is amazing. It turned out when she said app, she meant any computer program. But hey, still got the phone out of it. And I got Hordian to thank because he mentioned Cultist Simulator. And I actually played this long before Cultist Simulator, so you could say there's some immediacy bias that this came first. I'm pretty sure it was inspired by Cultist Simulator, but it does things in its own ways, in ways I think are far more interesting. Because I played Cultist Simulator, I've streamed Cultist Simulator, I've had people come in during Cultist Simulator, and even when I'm trying to explain what's going on, it's all very abstract. You got this big tabletop simulator type table with a whole bunch of cards, and the cards fly out, and you organize your cards. And that's the most exciting thing to watch. Organizing your cards and putting them in places that don't matter but help you keep track of them. This is more compact. It is more focused, I should say. It starts you off in the tutorial, trying to awaken the God of Beginnings. And as you play, you attempt to fulfill conditions to free every other god. Heck, let's just go into it. Let's let the game speak for itself. First step of many. Founder of this cult, my duty to lead my faithful flock on their mission to return the ancient gods to power, and in doing so, restore the world to its natural state of chaos. Seeing the state of the world today, I think they might have succeeded. So first it does a tutorial, shows you how the game plays, event card, select to proceed, and it's a very straightforward tutorial too. Resources, you got your relics, your money, your cultists, your food, your prisoners, and suspicion. Middle option means you gotta pay into it, so for this card to proceed, you need to sacrifice a relic, a cultist, and some suspicion. Cool table scorch animation. Unforeseen obstacles await and mistakes are inevitable, but as long as you hold true to your purpose, you'll succeed. This is your story, your initiation. Insert keyword. Insert tips and tricks. Okay, sacrifice a prisoner, get a relic. Card can start a chain of events leading to the ultimate prize. Summoning a god, special border. Helps identify the card. Gem provides progress tracking. Alright, what's first? Summon a god to win the game. So yeah, Hordian mentioned Cultist Simulator, and then that reminded me of how good Underhand was, and so I spent basically so much of last week just devouring through this. Relics are wildcards. If you can't pay the cost otherwise, relics could work. Relics are precious. They're wildcards, you could use them for anything. But you also need them to properly summon the god in question. Prisoners or cultists, and I got one of each. Try to collect relics. Oftentimes used to summon gods. By oftentimes, I mean every time. Avoid suspicion or face anger of the police. Which do I choose? Progression. Sacrifice 2 food. Only got the 1. There's my relic. Anticipate what resources I will need in the future. Collect resources to proceed towards victory. That's the meaty problem with the game. Final stage. Still not ready. 3 monies. In exchange for the prisoner. And continued progress towards completing the tutorial. If I have nothing else, I lose. But this one's nice, it gives me resources. Back to having one of everything. And win. Summon a god to win the round, obtain their blessing. Now this requires relic and money, but as far as I can tell, every other time only requires a relic to summon, and thus to win the round. So that was tutorial. We now have God of Beginnings, so let's get into it. By selecting this god's blessing, we get beginner's luck and inheritance added into the deck. So as you progress and complete more rituals to unlock more gods, you could select those ones as blessings when you start a new game. Yeah, I just said that game. You can get blessings for the gods you summon, displayed in the gallery and when you win. Plus freely get the blessings of the god you last summoned. Of the god you last summoned! I keep forgetting that bit. Because it gives like up to 4 or 3 blessings, right? So I normally just select the ones that I like anyway. But I forgot that if you previously unlocked that one, it's free for the next time. And right away, first real round, we start off with beginner's luck. Could use some cultists, some food, or some money. Every round starts you off with 8 hands, with 8 cards. 2 prisoners, 2 food, 2 cultists, 2 money. I'm gonna go for the money. The unspecified danger here, though, is you can only safely hold 15 cards. That is where the strategy element comes in. It's not just things like this, where disease strikes, and you must sacrifice your cultist, or pay good amount of money to try to spare them. If I had more than 2 cultists, this might demand more than 1, but for right now, just 1 cultist, get rid of him is fine. Inheritance. Freebie relic. Rumors of Darkness. You kind of have a choice of what gods you want to summon, because this is one to summon the next god in the chain. Whispers of ancient ruins of the jungle. Prepare an expedition in order to select to try to summon this god. Another time puts it back into the deck, so perhaps in time it can come back up and I'll be better prepared. Or discard it and opt to not pursue this questline. We're to do it. Beginner's luck again. Dang. I'm taking the cash. I've already got Ancestral Reckoning. When Hordian inspired me to play again and I was devouring this all last week, Ancestral Reckoning did not show up until like late in my play, and this is the first one. No one could avoid fate. Insert ×2 ancestors. And an infestation, so far I've lost cultists to disease, have ancestral wrath, and I'm losing food to infestations. It's random what cards go into the deck at the start of each playthrough, and tax day! I'm just getting all the negatives! Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna take the 2 suspicion. We can't afford it right now. 13 cards, I gotta play it safe here. I'd exchange 2 mons for food. I've only got 4 now. And then the exchange food to get rid of suspicion. The auction is gonna show up. Now that I've only got 4 cards. 4 monies. Take milk. Take the milkman as a prisoner and the food. I'm gonna get more food and cultists out of them. Convert the milkman. Gods demand sacrifice and they want it now. Well, luckily I do have 2 prisoners. Prisoners have limited use. They do have their use, but if you're not getting the cards that require prisoners, they're pretty much just taking up space. So it's actually quite nice to be able to sacrifice my starter 2 instead of 1 cultist. And most things that demand prisoners, you can use cultists for anyway. At least the important ones.
Please be on the lookout for resident milkman who has tragically gone missing sometime in the early hours this morning while on their daily route. Their disappearance was noted by several residents.
Inheritance again, going straight for the relic. The money is nice, but I would have only used that money to get more relics.
If you have any information, folks, please report to the county police office immediately.
Alright, expedition. Large search party, small search party, or back into the deck to try later. Luckily, I do have cultists and food to spare. I'm going to assume that the larger party means more resources for a better chance of success, so I'll do that. Trouble is, if I do that, there's a risk to it. I now have no food. And when you're at no food, you risk special event desperate measures. No suspicion. Which isn't the end of the world. If you've played things like Fought in London, Sunless Sea, and so on, there's a reason they call friends delicious friends in their nomenclature. So technically I still have food. And there's my desperate measures. If you notice, by the border and such, and the progression gems, this is actually another way to summon one of the gods. So if you want to make progress through the game, you actually have to resort to cannibalism at least once. Sacrifice a prisoner for 3 food, an extra suspicion. Sacrifice a cultist for food.
and their generosity will not be forgotten.
Only 1 suspicion.
I, for one, think they're carrying out their mission statement beautifully. They truly are making the world a better place.
Then Wrath of Ancestors, destroyer of our attempts at greatness. At least, it's only 2 Ancestor cards that get added into the deck with Wrath of the Ancestors. One of which is actually nice, but most are awful. Like, sacrifice a relic, sacrifice 3 cultists and 2 food, or insert the Wrath of the Gods. This is basically a miniature Wrath of the Gods card. If you upset the gods, you get the Wrath of the Gods card, and what that does is demands a large sacrifice of life at your cultists and prisoners, or a relic. So it's gonna be a relic cost anyway. I've got 2. And then I get Ancestor again! Oh my goodness, twice in a row! Followers discover my hypocrisy, now I've got no followers. And now the gods demand sacrifice. Jeez! First game after the tutorial, I'm just getting every negative event all at once. Alright, let's go see Wrath of the Gods. I could use a relic as a wildcard to sacrifice, and then tax day. Okay. I got no money, no followers. Soon gonna have no relics. Disease strikes. This is fine, because I got no cultists now. Go ahead, quarantine what sick I have. It's just me by myself now. And then infestation. Jeez! This round is just taking everything! Oh, back to no food, I have no cultists. Oh, here we go, here we go. Milkman. Milkman to the rescue. Convert him for cultist and food. That was rough, man. I've never seen a hand so devastation followed by devastation. I've got no resources. Okay, turn left or turn right, that's okay. If I turn back, I get my 2 cultists back. And can restart from the beginning, because it inserts the expedition. Turn left. Always go left. And there goes my cultists. Further red dreams, I can't forget that taste. I got no one to sacrifice. Suppress my desires for now. And then, oh my goodness. Disease and infestation. It's a good thing red dreams already popped up because I got nothing. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna put up the posters and get 3 in exchange for 2 suspicion. The way things are going, I'm just gonna need all that I can get. Oh, well, lucky me then. Because tax day popped up again. This is gonna put us at 5 suspicion because I can't pay. And 5 suspicion is a lot like food. That's when you risk getting negative events for having too much. Gods demanding sacrifice again. Wrath of the Gods is going to take either a huge sacrifice or my last relic. Okay. Take a food to drop a suspicion. This might be a small bit of an exploit, but I'm pretty sure that if you've already done desperate measures, sacrifice again! This might just be mathematically impossible to proceed then. Because I just have all the negative cards stacked up in the deck. Cyclopean runes, but I got no resources, and even if it was the last one, I got no relic now. Attempt to sneak by, attempt to fight them off. We're gonna try to sneak, I got no other means. Infestation, but I have no food anyway. You know, sure. I'm beginning to think that I might not be able to complete the jungle expedition. Let's indulge the pleasures of the flesh again. Disease, but I have no cultist. I just ate him, thank you very much. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna take 3. And bring it up to 6 whole suspicion. Police raid is what happens at 5 or above. Which isn't too bad. You could sacrifice 2 cultists or 3 monies to fight them off or bribe them. So deliberate choice to get 1 cultist and drop my suspicion by... And this very last card is another... That's game over then. I've only got 1 cultist, I got no money. I lose. Everything that can go wrong did go wrong for that round. For the first round after the tutorial. That was rough. That just stacked all the negative cards they possibly could have into the deck. Sometimes that happens. I'm gonna look at that. Starts right with an infestation. So we know that food is going to be a problem for this round. Since that card is staying in the deck when they reshuffle, I'm going to keep getting infestations. Necronomicon. Ancient Grimoire has been found. Good and bad. This gives you a free relic and a free cultist, but you get 3 reading the Necronomicon cards, which could be good or it could be bad. It's a risk. It's a gamble. So I might need all the spare relics I can get. And because resources are good now, we're going to take it slow. Be discreet. Take only 1 extra cultist. No suspicion. No point for charity. If you noticed, the options to pay charity weren't grayed out, even though I don't have suspicion, because I could have used my relics as a wild card to pay the suspicion cost. And see, because I got more than 1 cultist this time, instead of 1, it's 2 I gotta sacrifice, unless I pay 3 money, or in my case, 2 money and a relic. The best thing though, unless you have loads and loads of cultists to maintain, is just let them die. We're not playing as nice people. Wandering Children. For a single money, we can get 3 loyal cultists and 2 suspicion. Or we could just kidnap them for limited utility prisoners and 2 suspicion. How much cash have I got? 4? I'm already at 11 cards. That'll put me at 10, 5, that'll be 15. No. Excess of 15 cards. Risks getting the greed card in which you have to sacrifice 1 or 2 relics, or 5 random cards get chosen. Which does have its own tactical uses. I have absolutely at times taken decisions that give me a bigger benefit for bigger suspicion, knowing it'll put me over the 15 card threshold, and I could lose suspicion that way if suspicion is randomly chosen to be sacrificed. Reading the Necronomicon is melting the eyes and boiling the blood of my cultist. But I got a relic out of it. Can only do a smaller expedition. Not enough food. Not enough cultists. Unless I sacrifice relics. But that'd be the dumb play. Destroyed eyes and drooling mouths again, but I got no one to read it. It's the no loss I beat you this time game. Prisoner for food and suspicion. And now we got the red dreams. Poverty. A sacrifice of money for reading the Necronomicon. And an infestation to take my foods. Because he knew that was coming back. Rival cult, but I got nothing, so nothing I can do. Three cultists, I'll just take the 1. Children can be. I'm not going to capture children. I've got my 1 cultist, I'm fine. I had my 1 cultist, I'm fine. No food, nothing to do. Eat that infestation. So we did make it through anyway. Using 2 cultists or 1 cultist got us to the same place. Turn left. Hello again, desperate measures. Prisoner for plenty of food and 2 suspicion. I got no more prisoners to eat, though. Oh well. Rival cult time. I got money to exchange for food. Sending cultists after for spoils of war is nice. I just don't have any mans to spare. It keeps wanting me to kidnap children, though. Disease. It keeps putting disease after children. So, if you spent the money to get 3 cultists and 2 suspicion, it would take 2 out of those 3 cultists away. It's trying to trick you, it's trying to lure you into bad opportunities. You don't want too much suspicion. Not only does it get you closer and closer to a police raid, but it takes up space, like I said. You've only got... Dead end? End is nigh, insert expedition, send a rescue party. To insert the next expedition event. So start from the beginning, or spare a cultist and a wildcard relic to force the next event through. I gotta do it. We just gotta hold on to this last relic and no Wrath of the Gods.
The Public Welfare Fund is always in need of support, and their generosity will not be forgotten. I, for one, think they are carrying out their mission
No
statement.
cultists, no
They
disease.
truly are making the world a better place.
No prisoners or cultists cannot proceed with the Red Dreams. Infestation, there goes the last of my food. With no prisoners to eat. If Desperate Measures shows up again. Well, what's to suspicion, right? It's not as if my money is going to get me into buying a relic at auction anyway. That requires 5 monies. I've only got the 2. And then comes disease. Just gotta maintain it to the end. I guess this proves that Desperate Measures can come back even. If you've already had it once before and followed the Red Dreams. I've never had my food situation so desperate that it's fired like 3 times.
Timmy been acting strangely. Has sweet Susie suddenly started spouting satanic sayings?
Hey, bring us towards the end, come
If
on!
you suspect your child has been possessed by a demon or even the devil himself, we at the Church of God bring your child in for a free exorcism evaluation.
Cyclopean ruins. Attempt to sneak by. Attempt to fight off. Sneak. I've only got the small group after all. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get this through to the end and finish this jungle exploration. If I could be allowed to hold on to stuff. Red Dreams twice in a row. That is peculiar. What if my version of the game is broken? No, it's the RNG. You roll the dice often enough, you're gonna get weird outcomes. Just gotta coast to the end here. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take 2 to sacrifice 3. The net gain will be 1 cultist, but the net loss will be 3 suspicion. Cool. Now give us that end. Show us the Summon God card.
Rumor has that a certain local non-profit organization is looking for new recruits.
You know what I think it is? I think it's because it got Desperate Measures again.
It states that
And
they
because it
have
got Desperate Measures again,
lasting commitment.
a second Red Dream card's populated.
Interested parties
That's probably what it is.
stop by their headquarters, but one-on-one. Don't be shy. One organization member says, "We're not picky.
Tragic conclusion. Don't you tragic conclusion me?
We'll give you a chance."
Reinforcements. Insert the next expedition event means guaranteed. Guaranteed. It is going to be the final summoning event. It's just a very rough crawl to get there today. And once my relic to wildcard, we're not gonna. Oh no. I don't have anybody else. If Desperate Measures pops up again, we're doomed. Where's a freebie? Where's some freebie food? It's so close. It wants me to pay it in, but I don't. That's my. I need that relic. I can't finish the game without the relic. And I don't have a means to get relic anymore. I've already used the inheritance of beginner's luck. Oh, we were so close to finishing too. Maybe we'll get lucky and get an auction card.
Has little Timmy been acting strangely? Has sweet
And we
Susan
could use our
started spouting
affluence of
satanic
cultists to
sayings?
steal a relic
You suspect your child?
before the expedition card pops
Even
back
the
up.
devil himself. We at the Church of
Except we
Christ
haven't.
United can help. Bring your child in for a
Jungle
free exorcism
King
evaluation with one
Rybox.
of our ministers
Demons
today.
are slain, great
No
peace
appointment
awaits us.
necessary. Our church is
Wait!
located downtown at 28 Piney Lane.
Oh, I guess because
Feel
this
free
one
to
is
drop
early
in
on, this one
anytime
doesn't
for an
require a relic.
exorcism or not.
Just the process of going through is enough. Awaken it. Summon it. The one downside is that because this is a university project for mobile, this is the win you get every single time. Be it for the tutorial, for the easy difficulty gods, for the mid-tier gods, and for the final top-tier difficult ones. It just gets you win continued. It's the one thing going against it, in that it's not very atmospheric. You just get a hooray, you win. It's nice. The game's fun. Jungle King Rybox gives me a Ruspacy, divining future in animal entrails that requires food and necromancy. Vindigu is the next one up, and that requires devouring somebody to get the taste for red. It's unfortunate that they do the thing where they make the Native American spirit into just another monster, and I've seen plenty of materials about Native Americans not really liking that all that much. But let's pretend that by spelling it Vindigu, we're making it a distinct, separate vampire creature that merely shares a similar name. Right out the gate, and we get disease for this next attempt. Disease and an infestation. Off to Do they shuffle the cards? They are shuffling, right? They are shuffling because we got potion vendor now. We can't handle the strongest potions. In 2017, I didn't realize that was a meme. Convert one money into one cultist. Aruspacy. To see the next 3 cards in the deck. Plan based on what they are. At this point, I haven't got the resources. I am stuck with the whims of fate. And since we have Rumors of the Darkness already, and that got complete, Rumors are baseless, going to leave it be. Bring your child to work day is a good card. Look at that, a little kid in a little cult robe. The best way to prepare your little ones for the future. Indoctrinate them into the cult, for the greater good make them a prisoner to sacrifice, or put them to work for money. Let's see. I've already got 2 prisoners. And if I want Veen Digu, I want to make sure that I get too hungry. Gotta rob the place. Necromancy. Sacrifice. Convert my prisoners into undead cultists. Or kidnap 2 townsfolk for extra suspicion. That'll bring me to 16 cards. Whereas this will maintain it.
Unidentified individual broke into Daly's durable yet again, and completely cleaned out the registers. Police are investigating this nefarious crime as we speak.
ancestral reckoning, be kind to me. I haven't got relics to sacrifice yet.
Daly, the proprietor of Daly's Durables, has gone on record to say, losing the money hit me hard, sure, but the most valuable thing I lost
Inheritance.
last night was my peace of mind.
Be kind, ancestors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright.
Mr. Daly also noted that
We'll keep suspicion low.
all of his staff and is looking for new employees effective immediately.
See, prisoners can do anything a cultist can do. But prisoners are lower quality. So they require more prisoners to do what one cultist can anyway. So when it comes to events that require prisoners or cultists, just go with the cultist. So don't even bother trying to maintain a population of prisoners. Because anything asking for prisoners is going to be cultists anyway. Necronomicon, I'll take. 2 relics. But 15 cards is too much. And I have to go over it. Because I'm already at 15 and I have to take a card, greed is going to come up. So I'm going to stack the deck with more suspicion and more cultist, hoping that with so many cultists, so many money, and a decent amount of suspicion, that the required 5-card sacrifice would drop from them and not from my 2 relics. More than 15 resources over the limit, you have a chance to draw a special punishing event. Greed, the deadliest of sins. 2 cards, 2 relics as a suitable apology, or be punished with a random 5-card discard. It took my... it took both my relics! Took both my relics and maintained my suspicions. That's the worst outcome I could have had. I'll take the infestation though. I gotta get my red dreams. So the sooner we start turning into cannibals, the better. 17 cards again, take it. Take whatever I've got. Free relic, but the greed event is gonna take all my relic away again. 4... It had the option of all these cards, and it took 4 monies and 1 relic. I'm so tempted to quit after that. I have never seen it take more than 2 cards for something. And it didn't just take my new relic, but the means to buy a second one. The dealer's cheating. The dealer is not shuffling their cards correctly. Never mind, it is fine. They have given me a relic back. They have apologized for their transgression. Too much suspicion, but that's on purpose. Basically, choosing one cultist for the free opportunity to minimize my suspicion.
Rumor has that a certain local non-profit organization is looking for new recruits. Advertises itself as community-minded and states that they have a strong and vested commitment in
The gods have rewarded me after all this. I might need the food. I'm gonna take the relic. But given we're going the cannibalism god this time, we probably do need to maintain a full supply of cultists or prisoners. So same plan. Max out suspicion. Going to 15 is too risky. See, this is a an enforced 1 resource acquisition anyway, because that would have pushed me up to 16, even if I simply accepted the safe 2 money option.
Has little Timmy been acting strangely?
Police raid,
Susie
excellent.
suddenly started spouting satanic sayings?
2
If you
cultists,
suspect
maintaining
your
3,
child has been possessed
to
by a demon
sacrifice
or
1,
even the
2,
devil
3 of you,
himself,
and then back down to 2. Easy suspicions.
bring your child in for a free exorcism evaluation with one of our ministers today. No appointment necessary.
Or 4.
Our church is located downtown at 28 Piney Lane. Feel free to drop in anytime, whether you need an exorcism or not.
I'm just gonna take their wrath. I want to maintain my cultists because I'm pretty sure that for this path, it requires devouring more and more people. Indulge once again to insert the next peculiar palette event. Infestation, no more food, and knowing this game it's gonna be Red Dreams from what is it? Desperate Measures right away. Because for some reason this punishes right away. Normally, there's a bit of a delay. There's a chance that you might get something. But so far there is no chance. If it has a chance to punish you, it will. We'll get greed first or police raid. Excellent. If it did greed first. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. The price has gone up to 3 monies, but it's still the same 2 cultists to fight them all.
Has sweet Susie suddenly started spouting satanic sayings? If you suspect your child has been possessed by a demon or even the devil
I might
himself,
need money.
we at the Church of Christ United can help.
Maybe money will
Bring
give
your child
us
in for a free exorcism evaluation with one of our ministers
more
today.
lavish
No appointment
sacrifices.
necessary. Our church is located downtown at 28 Piney Lane. Feel free to drop in anytime, whether you need an exorcism or not.
Go on, take the cash. I don't want to spend all of my cultists fighting off the cops all the time. I can't fight the cops off anyway because I'm down to 1 thanks to these. Potion vendor, but I got no money. Bring your child to work day. One extra cultist. I could, but at 13 cards it's too risky. I don't want to risk losing my 2 relics again.
Feeling dead on your feet? Put some peck back in your step with Dr. Medici's own new
Indulge? Didn't we already do indulge again?
It's guaranteed to restore your vitality and revive your spirit. In fact, taking it will make
We got
you feel
peculiar
so
dreams a
positive
second
and
time, right?
aesthetic that you'll swear it's like you're a whole new person. Come on down to our storefront
I'm pretty
at
sure we
66
did.
Brimstone Boulevard and order yours today.
We should be on step number 3. Yeah, there. Okay, I was right. So because we got desperate measures twice, we have 2 of these going at the same time. Hungry guess this time. Proper progression to 3. Someone who seems to share my dietary preferences. Now the APK that I downloaded is version 1.0 because it turns out my BlueStacks is too advanced. Because this is a mobile game released in like 2017 or so for an older version of Android, BlueStacks is too advanced to install it, so I had to install an APK that was version 1.0. But my phone is primitive enough that it could install it on its own natively. Let's see what version this is. It probably is the same 1.0. Since this was just a university project that was developed, released. Thanks for the grade, goodbye guys. Would it say? I don't think it says what version it is here. I think it's just it. Okay, what's step number 3? Money! Invite my guests to dine with me needs money. Okay. We need to save the last relic, or the actual summoning of the god. There's one more step, and then the final summoning. I'm not sure what resource is required next. So, I just gotta stack everything. Money, cultists, food. Money, cultist, food will be the important things. Give me police raid. Infestation when I might need that food. And a sacrifice. Go on, get all the negative cards out of the way. Why do I have Wrath of the Gods? I paid my sacrifice. I sent my cultist out. More police raid, come on. Oh. Never gonna be able to brush off the suspicion this time. Somebody get me an auction. That was a child brought to work. The child brought to work got diseased. That's an old one, or the wrong one. Doing that on purpose to get police raid. In fact, just overwhelm my entire deck. How much cash is left? 5? Infestation for food, and it's gonna go right away. For a third desperate measures. You know what's gonna happen. Desperate measures? Interesting proposition. Your men for his god. 2 cultists. 2 cultists or prisoners to get the final card, which is going to require a relic. A relic I don't have now. Come on, auction. Recruiting opportunity. There. 2 suspicion and clears things out. Finally, trimming suspicion down to 2. You have to buy relics. If you're not really lucky with certain cards, then you have to wait for the auction to purchase it, and I'm not getting any auction as it stands. Deliberately triggering all of these. Oh, it's 3 monies to sacrifice these 4, or the same 2 cultists. That's fine, I got 3 cultists. Vindigu, the Insatiable. Second thoughts to invoke Wrath of the Gods. 1 relic, 1 prisoner or cultist, and 1 food to welcome it into the world. I've got everything but the relic. And Wrath of the Gods is going to mean that if I can't pay for it, if I can't pay the relic to sate its anger, I'm going to lose anyway. Let's see if I can't get a second relic. I need 2 relics. If I can't get a second and third relic with this other desperate measure. Give me that police raid.
Has little Timmy been acting as sweet Susie suddenly started spouting satanic sayings? If you suspect your child is possessed by a demon or even the devil himself, we at the Church of Christ United can help. Bring your child in for a free exorcism evaluation with one of our ministers today. No appointment necessary. Our church is located downtown at 28 Piney Lane. Feel free to drop in anytime whether you need an exorcism.
The cops are so generous. I've got a third red dreams in the queue waiting. Did I accidentally click the rightmost option when I put my cultist in? I don't think that was it. I don't think that's why we got Wrath of the Gods at one time that devoured the relic I was going to use. See, look at... Okay, that's right. That's fair. It's not fair, but it's fair because we did get a Wrath of the Gods for being unable to actually summon the god. Oh, we actually have enough people to appease with a large sacrifice. So this time we got lucky. I thought we were going to lose because we had no relics. But watch the exact next card or 2 cards after be the auction, and I could have used these cultists to steal a relic. Hungry guest. Eat him too. Well, luckily, no more cultists to spare, so the card doesn't matter. Luckily, we do have 1 more Desperate Measures card that gave us an extra of this attempt to summon. things I do to trim suspicion.
Rumor has that a certain local
Gotta avoid greed.
organization is looking for new recruits. The group advertises itself as community-minded and states that they have a strong invested commitment in world improvement. All interested parties are invited
Greed
to
isn't
stop by
worse.
their
At least police raid, you could
interview. Don't be shy.
work with it. You can anticipate it and know exactly
Your dedication to the cause will
what resources to spend. With greed, it's random. Also, if the foresight card is the last card, and it sometimes is the last card, what foresight does is it allows you to peek at the next 3 cards in the deck. And I think the game is programmed so it won't provide the foresight card if there is less than 3 cards remaining, but it could be the last card, and if it's the last card, it breaks. But if you go to settings and go back out to resume, you could just X out of it. Need me a relic? Get me a relic? You know, there could just be no relic. Because we haven't had the auction card yet this entire time. And if there hasn't been an auction card yet, it's probably just not in the deck. So I might end up going all the way around in circles here. Cultist and money. Cultist and money advances us to the next one. Cool, 1 of each and 2 suspicion.
Has little Timmy been acting strangely?
Joke's on you, I've got no food.
Suddenly started spouting satanic sayings. If you suspect your child has been possessed
I have
by
so
a
many
demon,
cultists
even
now.
the devil himself, we, Church of Christ United, can bring your child in for a free exorcism evaluation with one of our ministers today. No appointment necessary. Our church is located downtown at 28
4.
Lane. Feel free to drop in
Oh,
anytime
for
with
4 cultists, you might want to actually spend money. And then more disease. Disease being the last card, shuffles, then first card. Good, police raid first. Still too much suspicion, but everything else is fine. Yeah, that first Wrath of Gods came out of nowhere. That was a cheat. They had straight up cheated me.
Police are investigating this nefarious crime as we speak. A few suspects have been identified, but no conclusive evidence has been found. Darren Daly, the proprietor of Daly's Durables, has gone
Oh,
on
desperate
record saying
measures.
losing the money
I was having a confusion.
last night was my peace of mind. If I ever find the
Well, I'm gonna end up losing now,
we've excluded
because we have enough suspicion for a police raid, but I've only got 1 cultist and no money.
Mr. Daly also noted that a precautionary measure. He has fired all of his staff and is looking for new employees effective immediately.
Police raid, nothing we can do. In fact, I'm going to use a death counter for every time I fail. 2 fails today then. That was a spiral of death. Once they took my relics away, my hard-earned relics. Now there's now there's an auction on relic? 5 monies or 2 cultists for lots of I'm taking it. I don't care. I don't care. Give it to me. I'll take that 3 suspicion. Already got that god. Beginner's luck. Give me the cultists. We now know that we need. We have to go hungry. We have to eat somebody. We have to eat somebody again. And then we eat somebody with money. And then we eat somebody with money. No, that's right. Food, cultist, and relic is for the last part to summon it. I don't need foresight, but I need to get rid of my food. I got too much food. Disease is fine. I got plenty of cultists for now. We have prisoners, so might as well sacrifice those prisoners. And I do have my 2 relics. If I don't upset the gods at all, we could hold on to those 2 relics to the end. Tax break! Excellent! Things are finally turning around. Sacrifice food. Where was this option? We didn't get any charity breaks or charitable donations. I do have 2 prisoners. Take them. Passage of time. We didn't get passage of time at all the previous time, did we? No. There was no option to get rid of suspicion or gain money or cultist. I think the game might have forgotten that we had that option. Because that's from the Jungle God, isn't it? No, that's for Ruspacy and Necromancy. I'm taking all the relics I can get. After that wash from the previous time. And this one is demanding that I get a food. The cheat. I don't want food. I'm trying to run out of food. Traveling salesperson, take all my food. My 4 cultists like, boss, are you sure? That's our entire stockpile. Fine, take them. As long as I have 1 to eat, then we're on a good track. I'm getting everything except the opportunity to eat my cultists. That'll bring it to 16. I got too many relics to risk greed. The best part about losing suspicion isn't just keeping under the threshold for the police raid. The most important part. I went the entire time through on starvation. The best part is freeing some dead weight off your hand.
A certain local non-profit organization that we all know
There. No food. Starving again.
Public Welfare
Take.
Fund. The fund's chairwoman, Miss Jen Ernhasidi, had this to say about the contribution. I'm extremely honored and indefinitely grateful they chose our cause to champion.
Am I just getting too many good cards now? Disease strikes.
The Public Welfare Fund is always in need of
2 cultists we can do. If the gods demand sacrifice, that's 1 cultist. I'll still have the 1.
beautifully. They truly are making the world a better place.
There we go. There's my desperate measures finally. There's my red dreams. Just gotta maintain. Just gotta maintain supplies of cultists to eat. And enough food and money to carry the rest of the way. So all I gotta do now is coast. Coast and get lucky that I don't get too many disaster cards in a row. Eat somebody again. The next peculiar palette. No suspicion at all. There is no dead weight in my deck. Three relics, 2 money, 3 cultists, 2 foods. And a little bit of space left in my deck to absorb any cards that come in. Disease is fine. We got 1, 2. 1, 2. I'll spend 2 and gain 1 suspicion. Just to keep my cultists while simultaneously keeping space in the hand. Convert 2 to 1 for the sake of staying trim. And I'll hold on to things. Jeez, Milkman, you're just overstuffing my hand now. Take it, lady. I don't need these. Get me back under 15. Or at least under 16. Prisoner or cultist, 1 food. What's the next one again? I forget what the next one is. Was it just a big feast of lots of people? Necromancy, donation, and relic. Ooh. They're finally giving me a somewhat easier one. How much cash? 1, 2, 3, 4. I could buy another relic with 5. But 3's plenty. That is enough wild cards to hold me over and summon the god at the end.
Feeling dead on your feet? Put some peck back in your step with Dr. Medici's own new exclusive rejuvenation serum. It's guaranteed to restore
Second to last.
Yours today.
Interesting proposition. You're a man for his god. I've got 2. Only wants 2. And that's it. That is it. Just gotta maintain. That's right, this wants a feast for the end. It wants cultists, food, and money, on top of the requisite relic to summon. So I can't be too comfortable yet. Gotta maintain food, maintain cultists. I mean, I guess it's not too bad because I do have 3 cards, right? I got 3 relics. So if I'm deficient in anything, we could use it as wild cards.
Citizens, please be on the lookout for resident milkman has tragically gone missing sometime in the early hours this morning while
2,
on their daily route.
2.
Their
So I got the 1.
Normally timely milkman failed to make their delivery as scheduled. We offer our prayers to the friends and families that if you have any information, folks, please report to the county police office immediately.
And a tax break. Do 1 food, 1 money, just to make sure I got enough. And done. Now it is coast. Coast to the end. Tax break again, jeez. Sometimes you struggle uphill worse than Sisyphus, and sometimes you're just getting all the luck. This is what it truly means to bootstrap, isn't it? This was hard work that got us this far. Summon Vindigu with a relic, with a blood sacrifice, and a feast. Welcome it into the world. Now Vindigu, the Insatiable, is fairly good though. Organ Harvest is fantastic, because if you have a cultist or a prisoner, you could exchange it for a fresh prisoner and either 2 money or 2 food. So you get to keep the cultist or the prisoner. You just get to keep it as stock, living stock for bacon to cut off periodically, or organs to sell. Tasting the Future is like Haruspacy, but I forget if that one grants you a discard. There's 2 flavors of Foresight. There's a regular Foresight that just shows you the next 3 cards, and there's Foresight plus discard that shows you the next 3 cards with the option to throw 1 card away. So that has its uses. But for now, I'm gonna grab an early BRB because I did a nice run this morning, and so I've been chugging down my water and tea, and that means that I got a piece. I'll be right back. Ooh, turns out running a cult trying to summon gods brings out the demons in you. Alright, so. Here's the exciting part though. We got the easy 3 ones. Now, this brings us to the mid-tiers. Jaiti and Kakujira. Four blessings, we got all 3 now. Gonna come a point, we gotta start making some sacrifices. Aruspasi, it's too early. Rumors of Darkness, did you already? Fishing Trip. This one's way easy. It's only got 3 steps. This is also a pretty good one because if you don't want to pursue it, you get free food. You can do fishing close to shore and get free food. Both of these, stay close to shore and let the sea keep its bounty, ends the quest line. But it's perfectly fine. You get food. But we'll venture out. If it's gonna give us Kakujira first, we'll go for Kakujira. Start a tea shop. The Matcha faction. I've already made my choice though, I'm so sorry. We're going fishing first. In fact, let's go ahead. We'll open the small storefront. Because here's a cool thing, right? You could choose as too much hassle to not do it, like we're doing with the jungles. You could say later. Or, if you open a small storefront, for paying 1 money and 1 cultist now, you could back out and get 3 monies for your investment. So it's a good way to make money too. Ancestral reckoning. Sins of the fathers is inescapable. Okay, no, this isn't the one that gives foresight plus discard. This is foresight plus food. And the question is, do you pay for the food or pay in suspicion? Disease strikes, but I got no cultists. Prisoners don't count, they're already a sorry lot. Bring my child to work day, kid. Put you to work. That's the safest thing we can do for him. If we make them a cultist, they're going to die to disease or get sacrificed. Okay, because we do have a couple of cultists. Let's do it. Raid the rival cult compound to get 2 times spoils of war. And then Gazim. It's okay, because I got prisoners still. No Wrath of Gods required. Children, I got plenty of cultists already, and I don't need to go down the suspicion spiral. Boom, 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 boom. The atmosphere and the music is pretty nice. Here we go. The organ harvest. Cash or meats. And you get to keep the card. Simply keep it as a prisoner. Which means you have a never-ending resource whenever you want food. Not whenever you want, but that you could exchange for food or money. Gotta sacrifice a relic. No wrath of the gods to blindside me when I'm not ready. let's see. For the tea shop, there's one step next, and then win. So we could reinvest our fortune, and if we're lucky, get an easy next step. Or do we just accept the money? We're just going to leave it where we're head. Take that money and run. Catch of the day. Sunken treasure on the line. Ancient coins and jewelry. To get money. And that'll be the end of it. Return it to the depths. For a chance of getting the big fish. Only got the one relic, we gotta be careful. Nice, free Necronomicon. Don't we still have spoils of war waiting for us? There we go, spoils of war. A few of our cult rivals survived. For 3 prisoners to hog up my debt. Nah, slaughter them. Three, 4, 5, 6. I got plenty of food. What I need is more peons. Who immediately gets his eyes melted. Thanks! Money... Now would be an excellent time for an auction on a relic to pop up. I've already got too many cards. Go away, card givings. The gods reward me for a 3rd relic. I want it, but it might take that relic if I get the greed card. Maybe the greed card won't pop up right away. Okay. That'll still add more cards though, we can't do this one yet. Tasting the future. That's just sacrificing one for the other. That still maintains 16 cards. Have I got anything good coming up? Aura of evil can be felt for miles, gives 2 suspicions. I need the infestation to come in, it can't come in fast enough. Oh. Or greed. Okay. One of everything. At least I only took 1 relic this time. So it's not the worst. I forgot about the infestation. I was thinking about spending for the haruspicy or whatever. I don't got this. If I took the cards, if I took the 2 cultists and the suspicion, that'd have been 15. Nothing is biting, jeez. Use more bait. I lost my prisoner. So I can't eat the prisoner. Infestation, but I got no food anyway. Do I want to spend 3 to save 1 cultist? I got 6. Or 2 to gain 1 suspicion. Money's pretty easy this time around. It's practically throwing money at me. And that's for my relic, because if I didn't sacrifice that particular cultist, that we would have had to pay for a relic and pay in a relic instead. Speaking of not wanting to pay in relics, desperate measures would have required a relic then, because I got nothing else to give. No prisoners, no cultists. Kind of lucky it hadn't popped up yet. Rival cult will go easy on. Sometimes you get nothing. Sometimes you only get 3 food or 3 prisoners.
Citizens, please be on the lookout for resident milkman who has tragically gone missing sometime in the early hours this morning while on their daily route. Their disappearance was noted by several residents who became concerned when the normally timely milkman failed to make their delivery as scheduled. We offer our prayers to the friends and families that
And yet one more
if you
milkman?
have any
Might as
information,
well.
folks, please report to the county police office immediately.
My cult is going to be primarily tended by converted milkmen. Get rid of that card. Tea shop, let's do it. Either make more progress to ever increasing suspicion, or we just get 3 coin. 3 coin is good too.
A brand new restaurant has recently opened
It's
up
a
today.
good thing I spent those boots. I mean, I would have lost 2 food and infestation regardless.
Preliminary call-ins from early patrons seem to indicate that young people are sure to love. They've got a promotion going on for parties of 2 or more this weekend, so if you haven't had any other plans,
That'll bring it to 13
grab a friend or
cards.
two and check it out.
5
It's always good to
suspicion.
support budding local businesses.
Okay. Convert the children to the cult. For a net gain of 1 cultist and a drop of 3 suspicion. Still nothing.
Has little Timmy been acting strangely?
So catch of the day is all gotcha until it comes up right.
If you suspect your child has been possessed by a demon or even the devil himself, we at the Church of
Oregon
Christ
Harvest, but I got no cultist or
bring
prisoners.
your child in for a free exorcism evaluation with one of our ministers today. No appointment necessary. Our church is located downtown at 28 Piney Lane.
I'm gonna hold all
Feel
this
free to
food.
drop in anytime, whether you need an exorcism.
There's gonna be an infestation anyway, but regardless, they could take it. They'll take it that way. I don't gotta help them out in sacrificing my foodstuffs for them. Already got Findigu. Frighteningly large fish, is this it? A fine meal or cast it back into. Aww. Still didn't get it. Just gotta keep pulling the cards and hope we get lucky. Leave the children be. I've already gained and lost those child cultists. Those child cultists we picked up. 2 of them were sacrificed to fight the police. And the other one sacrificed to the gods. Sorry, kiddos. I got no money. So, just give me my returns. Smart play right there, choosing not to pick up to kidnap townsfolk for 2 skeletal cultists and 1 suspicion. That would have given me 2 suspicion. And with 3 cultists, I would have lost 2 in the quarantine regardless. Milkman, give me food and cultists. Kids and milkmen. That is what my cult is made up of, disciples-wise. That resident milkman is gone. That resident milkman spilt the last of his milk on the altar. Another child turns into a cultist, but because this is our kid or somebody's kid, it doesn't matter. Cops don't care. Sunken treasure on the line again. It really doesn't want us to get Kekujima. Kekujima? Kekujira? I'm tempted to pick up those extra 2. Maybe the tea shop is going to be what actually does it for us this time. Which I think means I simply want to maintain a bigger stockpile of money. Bye, milkman. Okay, good. So even if you put cards down at the misclick, you can't misclick because it's not yellow. Give me money. Good. I got use out of him before he would have died anyway. He's safer as a prisoner. But I gotta maintain my cultist count because the gods will demand sacrifice. Case in point. Nothing I can do, they'll have to take a relic. Maybe I'll get lucky, and Kekujira will finally be caught. It's a bit too late for that cultist. Two monies to reinvest our fortune, sustain it, reinvest. And then if we get lucky, there'll be one more opportunity. Sunken treasure yet again. Okay, buddy. You're becoming more money. I don't know how many organs this guy has left, but he's still around. And soon he'll get to be proper food. We get to turn one prisoner into 4 money, and 2 food, 3 food. And then more suspicion. We're indoctrinating this child into a cultist because cultist gains less suspicions when you eat them than prisoners. So this child's about to become baby back ribs. I'll take the one suspicion here. Because kidnapping townsfolk for this card gives food. And so it's one suspicion now versus one or two from having to sacrifice a cultist or a prisoner. And 3 is not too bad. Booming business. Reinvest fortune for 3 suspicion. You get the next prosperity event either way, right? It's simply a chance of greater risk for a greater chance of success, or a lesser risk for an okay chance of success. I'm gonna sustain it. We've already invested into the business, so it should be good. I'll take a smaller risk. We don't have the means to fight a big police raid. We didn't, now we do. One, two, then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, see, it would have been 3 monies. I don't have 3 monies. A powerful tug, is this it? All hands on deck, but I don't have... I don't have 3 cultists. We have to let Kekujira go this time. Okay, so Kekujira requires sending a cultist out to sea to fish, waiting, and then 3 cultists. So if I want to go for Kekujira, I've got to maintain 3 cultists at all times. But if our business succeeds, then we have a win right there. We got 1 relic that we have to sacrifice to the gods, and then 1 relic for the win. Speak of the devil, wrath of the gods, appease them with a sacred relic. These are some very, very hungry gods. They take my sacrifice, they take my cultist. Then disease is gonna take this milkman away pretty soon too. Disease. Milkman or child? Milkman or child? Sorry, milkman. With the power of milk.
Citizens, please be on the lookout for resident milkman. Has tragically
Organ harvest, give me money. So he's probably down 1 kidney, half his liver, a lung. Skin counts as an organ. Powerful tug on the line. He's still there at least. Maybe it's always going to be there now that we paid our dues and waited long enough. So maybe if the tea business doesn't work, I'm gonna need so many cultists though. I'm gonna have to be so lucky because we got God's Demand of Sacrifice, we got Disease. That's at a minimum 2 cultists taken every turn. There's Disease. So I either need to be super, super lucky with high recruitment events at the very end or very start of a round, and then Kekujiro soon after. Because this round wants to take all my cultists away. Oh, we dropped! We went from 3 to 2. Oh, we went backwards. Gonna keep it going. Next prosperity event might take us forward. More skin grafts. And knowing infestation was still coming up is why I didn't go for food, plus I didn't need it. We've already done disease, and we've already done God's Demand Sacrifice. So stack all these cultists in. I thought we did that already. Oh well, that's fine. It only wants one. All I need is 3 for all hands on deck.
So pack back and you'll step with Dr. Medici's own new exclusive rejuvenation serum. It's guaranteed to
Now
restore
give us Kekujira quick, before we get more sacrifice, more disease.
it will make you feel so positively copacetic that you'll swear it's
I might take these kids, just to maintain a heavy stock.
that 66
I've already got 4. But I have to do something. I have to do something, otherwise that'll bring me up to 17 cards. Take it. If I have to do a police raid, that'll still be sensible. I'll still have plenty of cultists left over. Four? What the heck? That's only going to leave 3 behind. How could it be so obscene? See, that's why I really wanted Kekujira coming up. Now by the time Kekujira comes up, we're not going to be able to do it because you only got the 1. And I can't use my relic as a freebie, as a wild card, because then I won't be able to sacrifice for it. They put Kekujira all the way to the end. Look at this. When is it ever this deep in? And it's only this anyway. I'm floundering, man. This is floundering level. Okay, forget Kekujira this time. Trying to do Kekujira and the tea shop at the same time is spreading myself too thin. Especially since we have God's Demand Sacrifice and disease all the time here. I need the money. We need the money and some amount of cultists. Money so we can do 2 for the prosperity event each time, and cultists so we could use cultists to fight off the police raids and the regular diseases and sacrifices.
Feeling dead on your feet? Put some pack back and you'll step with Dr. Medici's own new exclusive rejuvenation serum. It's guaranteed to restore your vitality and revive your spirit. In
Look,
fact,
man.
taking it will make you feel so positively copacetic that you'll swear it's like you're a whole new person. Come on
Cultist
down
and
to our
food.
storefront at 66 Brimstone Boulevard.
Gotta save the food.
Yours today.
Infestationists are gonna come up. Still on level 2. So we need to go for the big bucks. That is not negotiable. Give me police raid. Man, this is gonna be a sacrifice though. There we go, police raid. Hopefully we get an event for recruitment before we get an event for sacrifice, because sacrifice is going to want... Okay, good. Disease right afterwards. Sorry, Tekujira. I'm just gonna take the money and run now. I'm so worried because God Demands Sacrifice is gonna come up and I haven't had a there we go, there's my cultist. Cultist to sacrifice. Because if I don't sacrifice a cultist or 2 prisoners, I'm gonna have to sacrifice my relic and then we won't be able to actually win. This is so much easier to explain than Cultist Simulator. See? Knew that was coming up. Gotta avoid that Wrath of the Gods. 1, 2, because I have 3.
Has tragically gone missing sometime in the early hours this morning while on their daily route. Their disappearance was noted by several residents who became concerned when the normally timely milkman
I gotta do it.
delivery as scheduled.
I'm going to get more suspicion when we reinvest into the tea shop. But I gotta do it. We gotta maintain cultists for sacrifice. Oopa! Hey, Oopa, how's it going? As handsome as ever? Aw, shucks. You are one to talk. Welcome. Do I want to sacrifice the kids, though? I've only got 2 monies. It's A, money to get 3 cultists, and 2, suspicion. Gotta hold off on it. Oh, there. A 3rd cultist. Just gotta make sure we don't get the disease event first. An earlier Wrath of the Gods event is better, because that way we get our cultist sacrifice out of the way. With 0 consequence. If disease event happens first, while we have no cultist, nothing happens. If Wrath of the Gods comes up, we have no cultist, it is death. Good, sacrifice! Excellent! That's exactly what I needed. Now we got nothing to worry about, no Wrath of the God for this hand. Infestation, don't care. I could sacrifice 1 for food right now. But I need to save them for the inevitable police raid that's coming up. Maybe we'll get the organ donation event first. Nope. Or this. So now it's going to be down to the police raid. Or no, never mind. We get an extra cultist to fight off the cops. We're fine. We're safe. We reinvested, but only stayed on stage 2. Oh. I'm really stretching it out. So we gotta do this whole thing all over again. Maintaining cultists and hope we get lucky. With when disease strikes, when the gods get hungry. Maintaining money to reinvest fortune again. Milkman, but I got no money to recruit him. Okay, police raid. Fight them off 1 and 2. To drop me down to a slightly more manageable 3, but it's still dead weight in my hand. Only get the organ donation, but I got neither prisoners nor cultists to sacrifice. No prisoners, no cultists, and no money, so... There. A couple of prisoners to maintain for the next round sacrifices. Normally, I prefer to spend my passages of time to drop suspicion, because that at least lowers the number of cards in my hand, but with how much scrounging is going on here, I think a second cultist is probably the better way to do it. Two cultists to lose to sacrifice and disease, and a single money. I do need the money, but I also need at least two cultists to fight off the cops. I'm already at 4 suspicion. But it's gotta be done. Maybe I'll get lucky and pick up more cultists early on. Two copies of Red Dreams flooding up my deck. And then right after Disease. Okay. 3 copies of Red Dreams. How'd I get 3 copies of Red Dreams? How do I only have? How's it on? It's still only on level... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna back out. I've been paying so much money into this tea shop, and all it's been giving me is 0 progress and more police attention. If I get out while ahead, that'll only drop me to the start to redo it. And heck, it can't get any worse than it already is. That'll give us time to drop our suspicion to a much more manageable starter level and rework our resources. The easiest thing to do, though, to be honest, would probably be... Too many cards. Would probably be to just forfeit it, and then redo it again for the start with the clean of thing. But I don't know what cards I'm going to get into my deck. That's the real risk, you see. Because every time you start a game, what cards are in the deck for that game is randomized at start. Because this time I got an unfortunate combination of God's Demand Sacrifice and Disease. Which doesn't just keep my cultist counts at a minimum, but also means if that combination comes up at the wrong time, I lose my last relic. But the next time around, it could be that I get lots of tax days and other such things to keep money at a minimum. At least this, we know the danger, we know what evil it is, so we could work around it. We know we're going to get a Wrath of the Gods, we know we're going to get Infestate, not Infestate, what else is Infestation, doesn't matter. We know we're going to get certain amount of cultist cost cards. Don't care about the rival card, about the rival cults. Okay, 1 cultist, 1 money. To start from the beginning, and to wipe out all these suspicions.
It's guaranteed to restore your vitality and revive your spirit. In fact, Teggy will make you feel so positively copacetic that you'll swear it's like you're a whole new person. Come on down to our storefront at 66 Brimstone Boulevard and order yours today.
Do I sacrifice the suspicion? I kind of want it to stay at 5 though. This is just one suspicion. But it'll only drop me to 4, so I think it's more valuable at this point to keep it on 5 suspicion, trigger the police raid and just bribe them all. Give me the cultist then. And where the heck is this police raid? The police raid is keeping... There we go, finally. It's keeping me at too many cards. It was keeping me too close to the risk of triggering greed on top of everything else. Okay, so what we need now is food and money. Desperate measures, that's going to be a 4th. We have 4 red dream cards in the deck now.
Breaking news. This evening, police apprehended a local non-profit organization behind the disappearance of numerous citizens. When the officers emerged from the group's state of operation, however, they denied the organization was ever under suspicion to begin with. We got a tip that they might have some information, an officer reported. But the tip was
Children, it
completely
is more cultists. What I need now is cash. Cash to reinvest. Oh, I'm stupid. I already have a prisoner. I've already got a prisoner. So I got 2 prisoners, which means if it comes to godly sacrifice, we could at least sacrifice 2 prisoners. It's 1 cultist or 2 priz, and we got that. Good. And that clears up space. Only downside is no more prisoners to sell the organs with. Reinvest, except now I'm going to be at 5 with no body to help me out. But I gotta do it! This run has gone on so long! If police raid ends us, then fine. Do it. Abort this thing. From the top. See what I say, tax date? No, I gotta do it. I'll take the 2 suspicion. 2 suspicion at the start is fine because I need at least 1 money. And I got prisoners still to harvest. And so since this is a new round, having failed the 1, it could mean that we don't get the double whammy of the gods demand sacrifice paired with regular disease. If I wasn't already at 11, I would rob the place. That would make 5 suspicion to trigger police raid, and I would sell 3 monies to bribe them, which means it'll be a net gain of 1 money. But I'm already at 11. I might get greed before I get the police raid.
So if you haven't had any other plans, grab a friend or 2 and check it out. It's always good to support budding local businesses.
I'm gonna doubt that we get Kekujuta this time. I'm only putting him in for the chance at extra money, because we're gonna need extra money for this. Learn the ways of darkness for occultist and relic. Okay. The worst that could happen is it adding to suspicion, because you can't avoid that. But I've already got 2 relics. I'm gonna do it. Because even if we take the money, that still lets us redo the tea thing. But so far the worst we have is tax state. There's not really anything for anything to demand my cultists. So good. This is gonna be much easier. More bait. Do I care to? This will give me red dreams again. Nah. Nah. That's fine. We tried, we got nothing. That's simply how fishing goes sometimes. Money coming in so easily now. Tax day cometh, well that is why I got the day job. Minimizing the risk of going over 5 yet. Sacrifice 1 cultist to the Necronomicon, that is fine. It gave me a relic and a cultist. And so if it wants the cultist back, that is called breaking even. I'm gonna get suspicion either way. 1 suspicion or 2. Unless I get another cultist recruitment event right away. I might have to sacrifice a relic to empower one of my cultists. One of my cultists, as if I have more than 1. A blight upon those who seek the sacred knowledge. That's going to be food gone. Passage of time could give us an extra cultist to fight. Potion vendor could sacrifice money to get an extra cultist. But between each one, before each one, is also a chance for a premature police raid. Oh, police raid right before I get a second cultist! I got no choice but to augment with the relic. Which means I absolutely cannot invoke Wrath of the Gods now. I need this. I need to hold on to this one. A small-time cultist? Oh, freebie! Inspire future generations. Small reward from the gods. Gather leftover inheritances. Let's inspire the future generations. I need some lackeys. Sometimes the ancestors isn't so bad, it's quite rewarding. But those rewards are rare. So it's still mostly bad if you get the ancestors. Don't need these cards, don't need this one either. Reshuffle the deck. And they get me the tea shop when it's too early. And I can't afford to reinvest. Booming business, but I don't have enough. It's at level. It's at the 3rd level. It only wants 2 coin, and I don't have 2 coin. I could do 1 coin, 1 relic. But then I won't have any relic for the winning, and that is no point. This one's easy though. This is an easy amount of cards to work with. So I'll simply convert these 5 for an extra wildcard relic for emergencies. And then we'll need 1 cultist and 1 money to start from the beginning. And we could keep shuffling the tea shop back into the deck over and over again if I'm not ready. Because now I gotta get rid of this. If I drop the cultist in now to infiltrate the police, that means next round I could destroy 3 suspicion cards. I never use this because it seems to be a hard 3 cards. If you have 2 suspicion, if you have 1 suspicion, it's not good enough. But if I do it, I'll gain 1 suspicion for trying to infiltrate, and it'll be at 5, and I'll police raid when I've only got 1 cultist. And then what's the point of that? Desperate measures again. We'll get 2 suspicion this way, and then sacrifice 2 cultists to break off the police. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Getting rid of cops soon anyhow. Four for 2, which would put us back over 5. Sacrifice 3 to make it 2 suspicion. And 1 extra Mons. That's a win for me. That clears up the deck. Oregon Harvest when I have too many cards. Ah! At least we'll know it'll come up again.
Sometime late this evening, an unidentified individual broke into Daly's Durable Goods General Store. Yet again, and completely cleaned out the registers. Police are investigating this nefarious.
I should have come to this call. That's okay.
A few suspects have been identified, but
Because it's my police raid. 1, 2, 3.
Darren Daly, the proprietor of Daly's Durables, has gone on record to say.
Then
most of the
1,
money
2,
can be
3.
home. Sure.
Simpler base level to start
If
with.
I ever find them. For the well-being of our listeners, we've excluded some of the more colorful words that the good Mr. Daly
Start the tea shop.
Mr. Daly
All the way
also
from the beginning.
He has fired all of his staff and is looking for new employees effective immediately.
Really? I can't. If I don't pay it, then I get police raid from 5 suspicion. If I do pay it, I have to use a relic. Man. Man. If I had at least 2 cultists, wouldn't be too bad. But I'm not getting cultist events here. So trying to bank on getting more cultists would have been the wrong thing to do. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. It's okay. We got our in. So all we gotta do is get more money in. There's no cultist for money. Risking it. Important thing is getting our foot into the door. We have the tea shop again now, so it's only going to cost 2 money for each level.
Sometime late this evening, an unidentified individual broke into Daly's durable goods general store.
And it's 5 now, with 2 cultists. So 2 cultists to reduce suspicion to 3 to 2.
Darren Daly, the proprietor of Daly's Durables, has gone on record to say, losing the money hit me hard, sure, but the most valuable thing I lost last night was my peace of mind.
If I get red dreams right away,
For the well-being of our listeners, we've excluded
with the intent of sacrificing my 1 relic in exchange for food.
Mr. Daly also noted that
No.
he inspired all his staff and is looking for new employees.
I quit. Forfeit. Forfeit. There's no point then. Ugh. And that was such a good hand too. That was such a good deck, I mean. I didn't have too many things too dangerous in there. Recruiting opportunity. Take a lot. I don't even care. Just take all of them. I'm gonna need all the cultists and all the money. Front end, all the cultists and monies. Get away, potion vendor. Your potions are too weak for us. Ah, we got God's demand to sacrifice this time. We got to sacrifice 1 cultist every single round.
Rumor has that a certain
That is an attrition we will absolutely need to accommodate for.
advertised itself as community-minded and states that they have a strong and vested commitment in world improvement. All interested parties are invited to stop by their headquarters for one-on-one interview. Don't be shy. We're not picky. As long as you're
Already had the auction at the start, can't do anything with it. Until the next. So between inheritance and the auction, that's 2 relics we can guarantee. Standard 15. Gotta keep at least 1 I need 2 cultists to maintain. I would take this. That'll give me 2 cultists to fight off cops, but that'll put me at 16. Greed is the last thing I want. For once, I will go with food. 1 money, 1 food. Because pushing desperate measures is no fun. Requires bodies for food, and it's guaranteed. No, I don't want to get stuff right now. Give me none of it. Take it away. Guaranteed suspicion, which I might not be able to accommodate. Ancestral reckoning, add 2 more in. Shuffle the cards. I'll give you yes. Avoid the greed. Give me anything else. Not recruitment. If it's gonna be so much anyway, then absolutely flood the deck to minimize the risk of my 1 relic going away. There goes my food. Wandering children. Okay. Blooded Evermore. 20 cards. Suspicion and food too high.
Rumor has that a certain local
And there goes my relic.
group advertises itself as community-minded and states that they have a strong and vested commitment in world improvement. All interested parties are invited to stop by their headquarters.
This is fine. We can always buy a new relic. And if we get greed again.
As long as you're dedicated to the cause, we'll give you a chance.
Oh no, we're only at 15. So now, this will trigger greed if I get one more in. Or trigger the chance to upgrade. Might as well then. Stack up all the cultists. Dangling on 15 cards is not the tightrope I like to dance on. $25 whole cards. Look at that. I can rotate it around so far. It goes all the way back to start. It's almost an Ouroboros of too many resources. Three foods and only one suspicion, so starving again. Three monies and two suspicions. So still too high suspicion and starving. Banking. Infestation. Great, the one food I got is already gonna disappear. Banking on greed to get rid of suspicion is not a winning strategy. And there's more money down, so now I can't even afford the relic. You know what? Take it. Should I though? No, I shouldn't. If I had more cultists, then yes, I would just steal it. Because I would have two cultists to fight off the police afterwards. But I would need 3 money in order to bribe the police off, and I can't afford that. Potion vendor, give me 1 type food, please. Last thing I need is to waste a cultist on attracting more suspicion. Okay, alright, here's a turnabout then. Disease strikes, who cares? We can get more of those. As long as we have the means to advance the plot. One of these days, ancestors have to look kindly on us and give us a freebie relic. That is a tactical suspicion. I completely forgot the gods demand sacrifice this time. Again, because that's already in the deck, that is going to be every single round. Every single round we're going to have a tax of gods demand sacrifice. Disease, fuck. I got nothing. Sacrifice and disease in the same hand is rough. And if you don't have lots of spare relics or cultists on hand, it's game over anyway. If you cannot feed the gods, you're gonna get Wrath of the Gods. If you don't have relics, then it's game over, because that's the only way to appease Wrath of the Gods. Either a relic or lots and lots and lots of bodies. So either way, we were out. Yeah. 2 free monies. And that's 5 left over to Fire Relic. Baruspasi we don't need. So we got Necromancy this time. If we want 2 freebie cultists. It's early enough that I should probably take it. Because we don't know if there's going to be a sacrifice to the gods again this hand.
A brand new restaurant has recently opened up today at the corner of Helsing Drive and Messina Lane. This particular radio host has yet to attend. Patrons seem to indicate that the joint has a sleek and foxy cool cat vibe that young people are sure to love. They've got a
3 times reading of the Necronomicon, but I gotta risk that. Free relic is free relic, gonna be worth the extra 2 suspicion it might give me. If it was the other Foresight event, might have taken it. But it's fine, we have Infestation to get rid of my food anyway. So this time around, I'll need to maintain 2 food at any given time then. Because now we know that attrition-wise there is going to be infestation every single round. If I have 1 food, that gives me 0 food. And then I might have to start eating people. Which wouldn't be too bad if not for the attention the cops get from that. But if I have 2 food, it would only take 1 each time. Anything greater than, and it ends up being space. Space, so that's for 2 at a time. Inheritance, this is not the time to show up. Why do these 2 have to be paired together when I'm already at 15? And he can't discard, he can't make tactical discards on your own. No greed. No greed. Okay, I'll take a tax day. It's rough, but it's better than taking yet more suspicion, which in and of itself wouldn't have been too bad, but that would have pushed my card count even further beyond 15. Good. Early infestation, so haven't got to worry yet. I have no money either. From the top. Not now, tax break, I don't got the space. This absolutely is suffering from success this time. I got too many relics, too much money, too much cop attention. How many relics do you think is gonna steal from me? Discarding 5 random cards. All 3? 2 of them? 1, and no suspicion.
Residents from all over town, including yours truly, flocked to their churches at 3:30 a.m. last night, after being awoken by what can only be described as the presence.
I could sacrifice 2 of these
It was like having the devil there with you in the same
to get 13, 14, 15, 16. And then maybe loose. Nah, that's not gonna work. That's gambling with what relics I have left.
And thank heavens, I say, I don't know where we'd be without these saintly servants of God.
Oh, I could have converted prisoners into cultists with the necromancy event. Here, food and foresight. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, so I don't have to risk desperate measures. Tax day coming up! Ugh. Oregon harvest right before tax day, so we could exchange. 1, 2, 3, so it'll be 16. And then tax day coming up. And that 2 money goes to tax day. But that's if greed doesn't show up between this and tax day. If no greed shows up... Come on, no greed, no greed, no greed. Salesperson is a 2-for-1 exchange. I need the space. But I need the monies more too. Could the gods have been pleased later when I had... Something is gonna be 16 or above either way. That's only a cost of 1. That puts me right back below the border. Give me T event first. Oh, forget the T. We got lucky and got Kekujiro the Cursed Whale while we have an exorbitant amount of cultists. Okay. Alright, and we do have 3 whole relics. This is a success for the second event out of 3 for Kekujiro. So all we have to do then is coast to the next round and pay one of our relics to summon the god into this world. Okay. Alright. That's easier than T. Desperate measures. Here come the cops. The cops and way too many cards again. But we do have 1, 2, 3 monies to get rid of 1, 2, 3. We don't need money to summon Kekujiro. So all we gotta do now, all we gotta do is wait. Exhaust the rest of the deck. Reshuffle. I can't pay it off though. I might have to use 1 relic and 1 cultist to fight off the cops because it is good to be back up to police rate threshold. But that's okay. We got 2 relics spare then.
Non-profit organization suspect to have been behind the disappearance of numerous citizens. When the officers emerged from the state of operation, they denied the organization was ever under suspicion to begin with. We got a tip that they might have some information, an officer reported, but the tip was completely off base.
Infestation gonna come up. I got no cultists or prisoners to convert into food. So I want the 1 spare to make sure nothing tragedy happens. Eight cards and 2 suspicion already. Okay, I'll take more. And that's it. Final card for this hand. That'll get us to the win. Just gotta wait until... There it is! First card of the deck. The Angry Leviathan rises from the deep. What's 2 relics to summon Kekujiro? Oh no! I thought it was just 1 per. It's 2. So if we add 2 more prisoners or cultists, we could summon it with a huge sacrifice. We could use 2 relics, which is the only thing we can do. Or if we had no way to pay these 2, then this quest fails, and instead we get ×2 Wrath of the Gods. And if you can't pay the 2 relics, you can't pay the 2 times Wrath of the Gods. calm it with holy relics or appease it with a huge sacrifice of 3 cultists and 2 wildcard relics. Give it the full meal. That took how many fitters to get to? 3? Ugh. Holiday's pretty nice, but you gotta pay money for it. Aeromancy's pretty nice, because that changes the weather to your benefit, either storms or sun. I think the sun gives you food, but the storm is nice because for the small cost of 1 blood sacrifice, you could erase the least suspicion, but you do need to sacrifice. The Aeromancy is a double-edged sword. If you use it for food or suspicion drops, the first time is nice because you get the benefit, but if you don't give a blood sacrifice to end the weather ritual, the weather intensifies too much, and you suffer for it just as well. So Jet T, we can try for again, because that one is all down to money. Money to constantly reinvest into the business, while staving off the suspicion that gains every time your tea shop is more successful, or you reinvest into the tea shop. So that's a tricky one. There's a bit of RNG even if you reinvest a big amount. And depending what combination of cards you have in your deck, it could be really, really difficult and Sisyphean. Trying just to get to step 3, let alone finish. Is that an R, a D, or a P? Yakare? Yeah. In contrast, isn't too difficult. Ul-Utk is kind of a boss one. It requires pretty much every single type of resource you have. So, we'll aim for Jati again, and maybe having unlocked Kekujira, we'll unlock the final tier 2, but either way, we'll do that after BRB because my T is empty, and I got a P anyway. Unrelated, not gonna fill with the other, so give me a sec. through your training at Giatti, see if Yakare or Utk is ready for play. Up to 4 blessings. Kakujira is nice, but not really necessary. And the tutorial did say that you get blessings plus the one you just unlocked. The one you just summoned. So if that is true, then I possibly won't even need to select Kakujira to get Kakujira's benefit. Because I've been playing on my phone all this week by habit, I was going to select Giatti and the rest below. Never mind then, we got allowance for one more. I can't choose it. It says up to 4 blessings, but I'm only allowed to choose 3. I have noticed that sometimes when I play, it says up to 4, but sometimes it says up to 3. Maybe when it says up to 4, it starts off with a check mark on the one you just summoned, and that gives you the default 3 to distribute as you want, but because I unselected Kakujira, but I don't get the freebie 4. Could be the case. Either way, doesn't matter. Kakujira's benefits are nice, but I do not require them. And see, we get Aeromancy anyway. Even unselecting it, that is proof positive of what happens if you summon a god, but then don't select it for benefit. If you had successfully just summoned it, you still get the benefit. It's too early. Weather is acceptable as is. Reinsert it into the deck. Fishing trip. I'll take the food. You've already got Kakujira, but it's a good source of easy food. Milkman's annoying, because either way you have to get the food. Holiday costs money for cultist and more food, so basically it's a Milkman event. It's an additional Milkman event. Money for cultists and food, or double the money for double the cultists and food. But I don't need it. Necromancy, I do got prisoners. And cultists do everything prisoners already do, but better.
That's tragically gone missing sometime in the early hours this morning while on their daily route. Their disappearance was noted by several residents who became concerned when the normally timely milkman failed to make
Okay, T-Shot. Let's not fail me again.
prayers to the friends and family. If you have any information, folks, please report to the county police office immediately.
Undercover cultist, haven't really found too much value in. Oh, we got God's Demand Sacrifice for this cycle. Which is great. I think God's Demand Sacrifice might be worse than Disease, given it could potentially be game ending. Game ending or sucks up your relics. So immediate game ending or slow, prolonged game ending. Disease and God's Demand Sacrifice. Nope. Forfeiting. And that's a common combination, so you're gonna be forfeiting a lot. Just get me that T-Shot. I was off to such a good start too. We had Relic. We converted prisoners into cultists.
A brand new restaurant has recently opened up today
Food for no suspicion. You definitely do want more lean management for this. Oh, we got tax day.
Got a promotion going on for parties of 2 or more this weekend. So if you haven't had any other plans, grab a friend and
Tax
check
day.
it out.
Tax day while trying to pursue the tea shop. I could forfeit again, because that's a lot of money and suspicion being accumulated already. We'll see. If we have money, we could pay the taxes. If we have lots of cultists, we could absorb the police raids. So let's see what other costs we have in this deck, what they shuffled in for us. Infestation. Meaning, if I let myself starve for too much, as right now, then extra police. And it's gonna skirt me at or around 14, 15 each time then. You know what, this time I will infiltrate the police. Because between tax day and regular tea shop operations, we're going to be maintaining a decent amount of suspicion anyway. So gaining 1 suspicion now to lose 3 suspicion later is only going to help. Loads of money. That's already enough money to buy a whole new relic. Oregon Harvest, what do you say? You come back again, mid or late next round when I have more space in my pockets. We got Vindigu, so don't want to do that one. Okay, business. Exchange 2 for 2. Reinvest fortune for a hopefully better chance of getting to step 3. And then final step beyond. Actually went backwards once when I chose to merely sustain the business. I had no idea that he could do that. I thought it was maintain your position if you don't get it, or advance if you do. Not advance or straight up go backwards. Okay, plenty of food, plenty of cultists, give me food. And 2 for 1, that's money. For the next investment, assuming we advance to the next tier, and more importantly, 1 space less. And then here comes my suspicion cards again. If I get, okay, good. If we get desperate measures again, desperate measures again. It's so much food, though. I mean, I get it, it's a whole adult human. Sometimes it's an adult human. Between take your child to work day and recruiting children, it could be a whole child instead. So I could see a whole adult being 3 food, but a child maybe 1, 1.5 maybe. The trouble is here. Milkman's gonna give me so many cards. 1 card, 3 card. Or the equivalent of 1 card. Since 1 and 1 cancel out. Oregon Harvest, I did say later on at the hand, but I meant later, when I have more room. I don't have room for 3 extra cards. One of my favorite cards that I can't even use it. There. I don't need the Haruspasi, but it gets rid of the card. Children, Tasting the Future, and Charitable Donations. Alright. Charitable donations we could use. To bring us down to 10 cards, 11 cards. Food for donation. To remove 1 suspicion. Okay, now I just need tampering with police evidence to come after the T event. If it comes before the T event, that is a waste because I've only got the 2 suspicion cards and it demands 3. Good. Booming business. Reinvest fortune and hopefully that carries us to the end. Oh, police Ray when I got tampered with evidence waiting. Now I need to do something to get police attention just to make that tampered with evidence worthwhile. I should have taken that one. Foresight, 1 food, and 1 suspicion. Oh well. I don't need prisoners. Fine. For the 1 suspicion. For the 1 suspicion to clear it to 0. Or donation. Give me 1 more naughty thing then. Not food naughty, I mean like illegal, crime, police attention naughty. See, I can't use suspicion reduction. My man on the inside isn't going to bother for anything less than an FBI case. Only 2 suspicion, forget about it. I'm not gonna sacrifice a relic to sacrifice 2 suspicion, that's crazy. Back into the deck you go then. You could fire next hand. There you go, Ogre Harvest. That's exactly what I wanted. More space later on. There. Organic removal of suspicion. So even if we have to do 1 more... Cops, I just got rid of you all. Get out of here. I only have exactly enough for tax day here. And maybe reinvesting again if we didn't advance to the final step. Last card. Cool. Now get us tea. Also, neither egg nor whispering voices. So I do need to get both of the tier 2 ones to unlock the final tier of Eldritch Gods to summon. Final one. Matcha faction has caught its attention of the Jasmine Dragon. Retire with its blessing. Oh, that's pretty cool. That insert start a tea shop, so if you don't have a relic yet, getting its blessing gives you a relic. And if you were nuts, you could farm relics this way. But we have a relic. So summon it. Bring Jai Tea. Jai Tea. Its name is Jai Tea. Or TT. I've been playing this since 2017 and I've only just now noticed. Now this is a valuable blessing to have though. Assassination is pretty nice. For the cost of one cultist to do the deed, you could either target the police and reduce 3 suspicion, or target business and gain 3 money. And T's not half bad either. You invest into it a few coins, or little coins, to put 1 or 2 events into the deck. That either gets you relics, or lots of money, or foods. So Jai Tea is always going to be on hand. And since now we know exactly how the mechanic of the last one you summon keeps the benefit works. Kekujira, sorry buddy. We like that you're a fish or some kind of big whale. We've got you, we've unlocked you, you've done your purpose. Now we gotta get to Yakare and Uutuk. And we start right away with an ancestral reckoning. Excellent. That is a good omen for this round. Jungle got all ready. It's early on enough, but I say bring it. Give me 3 cultists in exchange for 2 suspicion. But I'm gonna play it safe because we don't know what negative cards we have in deck this round. G-Shop will put money into solely so we can get 3 money back next turn. And we have Organ Harvest anyway. Keep the prisoner, just 1 kidney left. Whisper in the darkness, the call of Uut. This one's a tricky one because this was going to be demanding so many things. And depending on what cards we have going on, we might not be able to satisfy everything it wants. Do we answer the call of Uut? Or remain silent? It is kind of the boss monster for this. I'm gonna go for it. Baffling Bauble also has some good blessings. I might want this before I go all the way and try to take on Uut. Purchase the egg or steal it. Purchase the egg. Fishing trip, just give us food. Inheritance, freebie relic. If I have to ditch on summoning Uut, then that 1 freebie relic will help us avoid the wrath of the gods for failing him. One money for Gnosis Fish. and a nice, safe 8 cards in hand. And so far, hasn't been any real negative events. No disease, no infestation, no the gods demand sacrifice.
A certain local non-profit organization that we all know and love
It is being suspiciously safe so far.
Public Welfare Fund. The fund's chairwoman, Miss Jen Ernhasidi, had this to say about the contribution. I'm extremely honored and indefinitely grateful they chose our cause to champion out of the candidates available. The Public Welfare
Assassination.
Fund is always made of support and their generosity.
When I have no key witnesses to take care
I,
of.
for one, think
Plenty of
they're
money
carrying
as
out their
is.
mission statement beautifully. They truly are making the world a better place.
This is the last card, I think, so there isn't any real disastrous cards this time around. I think I'll do it. I think I'll take it. No, not this time. We'll be merciful for now. It is a repeating event. Back into the deck it goes. The egg's emergence. Something definitely trying to get out. Assign a cultist to care for the egg, or turn it into an omelette. Continue it. Not going to keep all our eggs in one basket. We got this one and the final boss one at the same time, just in case. Dead eyes and drooling mouths, but that's just way higher. That's no change there. Poverty. That's fine. We got T times 2 waiting to show up. And I think it's 2. Was it 2 or 3 cards that reading the Necronomicon gives you? So either we're done now, or there's only 1 left. So either way, not too bad. Followers discover my hypocrisy, lose 2. Or none may leave, convert 3 into 2 prisoners. Let them go. Let the false apostates leave our grand organization, and the last one, the true believer, shall stay to convert their organs into cash. Business. Show me money. And speaking of organ harvest for the true believer, who chose to stay and not quit the organization due to my hypocrisy. Hey, Carver. How's the heart of the cards? Finally behaving. I had some rough combinations that wanted to attrition out every single resource that I needed. Or worse, it would make me suffer from success and bootstrap so many good cards into my hand when I can't maintain so many resources at once. But so far it seems to be behaving. So much money. Just waiting for a single auction of relic. Oh wait, no, doesn't stir from its slumber. Speak its name for 3 suspicion. I've forgotten that trying to summon Uluthik requires loads of resources. Suspicion at the start is the easy part. But it's gonna require what? They're starting it, suspicion. I think the next one is a number of cultists, a number of money, a number of cultists, money, and food, and then a relic. We have money. And food and cultists are easy to get because luckily enough, we don't have any real negative events this time. We don't have disease, we don't have infestation or the gods demand sacrifice. Do it. Do it then. Thanks for the freebie, cultist, but I need more than that to satisfy it. Foresight or food? Ooh. Give me the food. Nothing I could do about the future but to play it out anyway. If I don't get the extra cultist to sacrifice, though, I think that's going to be 2 Wrath of the God cards. Or the Necronomicon could push me to 5 Suspicion and 17 cards total, risking all the good resources I've been building up. Give me Police Raid. If we do Police Raid right away, we could avoid... Oh, get greed! Go easy on my relics. 1 relic and 3 suspicion. Good, that's a good trade. I'll take that. That is fine enough.
Residents from all over town, including yours.
And again, there's 1 suspicion too few.
3:30 a.m. last
I can't do an assassination if it's not enough suspicion.
described as the presence of evil. It was like having the devil there with you in the same
3
room
food,
as the fellow
3
church
money.
Our local parishes, having felt the wicked disturbance themselves, were already up and ready to provide.
Either way is gonna take me over to 16.
Heavens, I say. I don't know where we'd be without
Be
these
gentle,
simple
cards. Please be gentle. Don't give me greed right away. It's only 16. It's only 1 over. What does the hatchling want? It wants food? Food or prisoner? Give it a prisoner. Feed it a prisoner. To get me back to 15. And tea shop. Oh, I need it. I got plenty of money. There's not really anything demanding money, but I need cultists for sacrifice. Not in the cards right now. I got no choice but to take something. Come on, give me Uluthik right afterwards. Give me sacrifice 3 cultists. Oh, I got the greed instead! Taking my other relic. My relic and a couple monies. Oh. I haven't got to a single auction this time either. Well, there's my 1, 2, 3. I got money to sacrifice next round. My heart of the cards has suffered from clogged arteries.
A certain local
I can't even organ harvest because I don't have any organs. There's no bodies. No bodies means no organs.
donation to the town's public welfare fund. The fund's chairwoman, Miss Jen Ernhasidi, had this to say about the contribution. I'm extremely
Bring my child to work day. There, that's 1 cultist.
champion out of the candidates available.
1 cultist to restart up with.
Welfare fund is always in need of support, and their generosity will not be forgotten. I, for one,
That'll be 15.
carrying
I
out
got no
their
relics
missions
anyway. Might as well risk it.
They truly
They've
are
taken all my relics away.
a place.
One in exchange for food and foresight. All right. What have we got coming up? Do we have any tea shop, egg, And the third request, a body of gold and iron. If these could pop up before the greed event does. 2 in exchange for 1 just to clear some space. But that will guarantee police raid, that's okay. Police raid event will clear 5 cards out. Slaughter some cows, sacrifice prisoners, or kill it. The one time where cultists can't do what prisoners can. I'm gonna keep going for it. We're not going to be able. We could probably do one more sacrifice for Ulthik, but then we won't be able to do the final one. If we don't get a whole bunch more food and cultists in. The dangers of trying to do 2 gods at once. Organ Harvest, could you wait till I actually get people in here? I don't have anybody. And it's game over. It started off so good, but I got too greedy. I got neither cultists nor prisoners to sacrifice. That was such a smooth hand, too. Do I need Vindigo? I forget who gives what exactly. Whisper in the Dark is gonna have to wait. Boss 1 is gonna be Boss 1 for a reason. Not gonna be nuts and pursue options. Gonna focus 1 Eldritch God at a time to summon. And that Eldritch God this time is this. So we're going to need food to feed it first, and want to maintain prisoners to feed it next. So this time I don't want to convert or sacrifice my 2 prisoners. Or I could feed it food, if I simply have a good stockpile of food. Then I could just feed it that without risking starving myself out. Invest in all the tea. Sometimes tea gives relics too. Sometimes. Actually, should have gone for the money. Ah well. We got tea invested in and tea shop invested in, so there's lots of money going to be coming in. Oh, we got infestation this time. So last time we had no negative events. This time we got infestation. Which isn't too bad. It's a scaled amount of food. Infestation and payday? Or tax day? Alright. That's not as bad as it could be. At least it's not disease paired with the gods demand sacrifice. And we do have relic option. 2 to sacrifice for 4. I'm taking it. Give me the cops. We got plenty of cultists to take them on. I don't like this egg anymore. I gotta either feed an occultist and only a cultist, no prisoners of any amount, or prisoners with no cultists of any amount. Assign a cultist to care for it. I've already denied answering the call of Luthik, so I have to do this one. Okay, sacrifice a relic. Sacrifice a relic to be a wild card to guard over it. This is kind of a precarious situation now. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. We'll convert cults. Tax day. Come on, read the room. I might as well. I'm already at 16 cards. I don't want to risk a relic on top of the police stuff. Okay, so if we manifest no more needs for more wild cards, we do have the relic for the end. And so now we just need food to feed it, and then either lots of food to feed it or one more prisoner. So food, I want to make sure I got plenty of, as I sacrifice my food. Assassination is so much better than police raid though. They both get rid of 3 suspicion, but either for 1 cultist or 2. That could be a waste given infestation is in. And I don't think we've done infestation yet. If I had more money. Okay, we'll hold on to the 1 relic. If we don't lose a relic, we don't have to buy a relic. Too few space for that. Heretic of the Great Faith twice in a row. At least it's only taken away 2 cultists, 1 each. That's probably the softest way that card could be handled. Now where's the next event? Please, take my foods. I got an egg to feed. Now I have enough to safely afford 1 more relic. So if the auction wants to show up for 3rd round, Sorry, Uncle Sam, this is relic money. This is a non-profit, you don't get it. This is we got the tax break. Two food better be enough. It's only 2 suspicion. 2 suspicion isn't gonna hurt me. Need money for relic foods to feed the thing. 14 and 3 suspicion. Yeah, okay. Horrific hatchling, alright. Requires sustenance. The prisoner. I'll sacrifice a prisoner this time. And for the next round. We are gonna require nothing but food. As we have infestation that will consume a lot of food if I have an excess of food. Wait, was it prisoner or food? I forget, was it food, prisoner, or eat it? Or was it prisoner or eat it? I've already forgotten. I might want to hold on to this prisoner. So we could feed it those and... No, I think it was. Food, prisoner, or eat it. So if I just maintain lots of food, it should be okay. And speaking of, lots and lots of food. Or could have captured children. For 3 prisoners, I could feed it. And there's 2 prisoners right there we could have taken. But the trouble is that prisoners don't have much use. They have use here, but not really much use elsewhere. It grows. Insatiable spawn of Cayman. 2 foods. Okay, 2 foods all I need to take us to the next... That's not even the final step. That's only step number 4 of 6. Oh no. I don't know what I'll need for the next one. This one's focus seems to be in its hunger. So, I don't know what it's going to want to eat next. It could be loads of prisoners, it could be loads of food, it could be loads of cultists. Maybe this next one's just going to be a huge sacrifice of bodies, and any cultists or prisoners will suffice for the final step. In which case, maintaining a large body of bodies should be alright. Saw that coming up, that's why I saved $2. Charitable donation, but there is no more suspicions. Finally suspicionless. Give me cultist. Children we could take, but that'll add prisoners for the sacrifice, plus that'll be 12 cards. I don't want to hold on to 12 whole cards. An additional few, 2 of which are suspicion and 3 of which are useless except for very precise moments. Cultist is fine, I could use cultists. Okay, give us a final feeding.
Feeling dead on your feet. Put some pack back in your step with Dr. Medici's own new exclusive rejuvenation serum. It's guaranteed
The
to
rampaging
restore
reptile.
vitality and
The
revive your
beast
system.
is absolutely
In fact,
ravenous.
it will make you feel so positively copacetic that you'll swear it's like you're a whole new
So I
person.
was correct on the blood sacrifice, but it's prisoners
Sold for
only.
66 brimstone
It's either
gold.
lots of food or lots of
Order yours
prisoners.
today.
For food, okay, okay. So for this one, we could just focus entirely on food. But we cannot sate its hunger. Means that the card is... Oh. Oh, the card's not gone, I'm gone. If we could sate its hunger with 4 prisoners, why not 4 cultists? My 4 cultists aren't going anywhere. So your Haruspus you don't care about, Necromancy's alright. Organ Harvest or Tasting the Future. Okay, we'll take the Indigo then, for the Organ Harvest. And money. So ever increasing amounts of food. Oh, we got blood. We got God's Demand Sacrifice for the set. As long as we don't get disease on top of it, because that combination really gets you stressing. If it's only God's Demand Sacrifice, I could keep up with having an amount of cultists per round. Free food. Potion vendor. Give me your strongest potions.
Citizens, please be on the lookout for resident milkman. That's tragically gone missing sometime in the
Assassination for money.
while on their daily route. Their disappearance was noted by several residents who became concerned when the northern milkman failed to make their delivery as scheduled. We offer our prayers.
So money at least is gonna be good.
If you have
Assassination, then tea coming in.
please report to the county police office immediately.
All I gotta worry about now. All I gotta worry about now is the size of my hand. It starts with 1 food, then additional, then additional. So this is more than enough for the first few rounds. Also gotta remember, I gotta assign a cultist to watch over the beast early on. So I can't be cultless. Oh, we got infestation on the one that requires so much food. So we're bleeding out cultist and food to attrition on the one that requires so much food. Okay, that's just reason. That is just reason to ensure a constant stockpile of food. And if I could feed it prisoners, I'll feed it the 2 prisoners. There's some space out. Because I only need 4 food or prisoners max. Oh, we do got... Oh! Disease and God's Demand Sacrifice. We got disease, infestation, and sacrifice. We got the unholiest trifecta. Let it... The unholy trifecta and ancestral reckoning. Times 2. It's a good thing I'm not pursuing Uluthik. food, I got enough of. Let's get more. Nah, I'm gonna lose them anyway. Do money. Money could buy us goods and services, and withstands against tax day. I've already got 2 relics, lucky me. See, what I should have done was get the tea event before getting the auction, because then I could have afforded it easily. Way easily. Assign cultist to the hatchling. Three relics, but I'm at 15 space. Not today, money. But I have no choice but to bring a child with me. No greed event. No greed event, please. Oh, it's okay. My relics are safe. It's only taken cultists, food, and there's the last of my food. But I still have prisoner in case I go hungry. But I'd rather not sacrifice prisoner, because that's food and suspicion that's pretty hard to shake off. The rival cult, through the mechanism of commerce, is going to be the instrument of its own destruction. Nice. And that's both of my, both ancestor cards. One gives more suspicion, one gives a bonus cultist. So that is good. That is no more risk from the ancestors.
Residents from all over town, including yours truly, flocked to their churches at 3:30 a.m. last night, after being woken by what can only be described as the presence.
I'd completely forgotten that we have disease, infestation, and wrath of the gods that have not shown up yet this round.
Having felt the wicked disturbance themselves, were already up and ready
Tax
to provide spiritual
day.
guidance. And
Free up
thank
some inventory space.
I don't know where we'd be without these saintly servants of God.
Gods demand sacrifice. Good. Good order. Sacrifice first, then disease. That's to do 1 and 1. And if disease strikes when I have no cultist, even better. Because then I lose nothing. I haven't got enough. This cultist must be Agent 47 himself because he does not want a low-profile target. He wants full art and nothing less. Disease strikes, but I just got rid of him, sucker! I got nothing on me! Foresight for food. We haven't done infestation yet either. Lots of food or lots of money. And at 3 relics, I am at serious risk of losing them all. Give me money in case I gotta rebuy a relic or 2 or 3. And Milkman's only gonna add more. There's the greed, the inescapable greed. Oh, cool! None of my relics got away. But I thought I was done with the ancestors. Well, it's fine then, because I got no cultists to lose. I can't be a hypocrite if there's nobody around to witness my hypocrisy. No prisoners to feed it. This is only step 3. I'll have to feed it more food, and then more food. So I should be fine. Oh, I'm not gonna be fine because I don't have cultists to sacrifice to the gods. But I do have relics that I can give. Wild cards as they are. So this is like a traditional card version of Cultist Simulator. Exactly, Carver. Exactly. And as far as I'm concerned, this is a superior version of Cultist Simulator. Because even if you discount, right, Cultist Simulator being very deeply tied to Alexis Kennedy and all that drama bomb, Cultist Simulator is fun when you peel back all the various esoteric layers to figure out how you're supposed to play the game. But it's very, very broad and very, very abstract. And how to put it? What's a good metaphor? I don't know. But there's a reason that most people, unless they're deeply into Cultist Simulator already, when they watch it, they can't tell what's going on. There's a focus to this. It takes the idea of a card-based cult game and it makes it something easy to manage. Much like Cultist Simulator, you have the attentions of the police you don't want to attract, you have your resources you want to juggle, but it's a more concise thing. You've got your resources right here, and you've got a maximum of 15 before you start getting punished for it. The cards tell you exactly what they do, with clear indicators of what exactly you're getting and sacrificing, so it's a lot easier to pick up on and easier to follow on to. There, 4 relics. If the gods demand sacrifice, we can give them a rosary or something instead. If the gods demand sacrifice, somebody has brought their child to work. Fool that they were. So since it seems, Carver, like I know my vision and my experiences, and so I can compare Cultist Simulator and Underhand, because I played them both thoroughly. And it sounds like you've also got experience or awareness of Cultist Simulator. So, compared with this, as a viewer, how would you say the experience differs between the two? Like, is it easier to follow along? Is it more entertaining? I do need more food. Food and food. Won't have enough for tax day, but I could take the hit on suspicion. And does it matter because tax break first? Tax break right before tax day. I'm not sure that's the order it goes in IRS. There, and that's enough food to feed the egg. Guy just recruited is now the sacrifice. Easier to make sense of, but since you don't know the mechanics, it's still a bit foreign. That's perfectly fair. That's unfortunately going to be a consequence of any card-based thing, or any new system basically, where it takes a bit to get into and understand. But at least, with the presentation especially, it's a lot easier to digest than here's a giant table with all these cards scattered as well as a player is organizing them. I've already got food, but I might need more food. I'm gonna take it. Bonus emergency food. Assassination, potion vendor, and wandering children coming up. Can't assassinate, got no cultists. Potion vendor, I got no money. I got plenty of food though. Egg's gonna be happy about that. There. One cultist. A child sacrificed for when the gods demand it. And money for tax season. Gotta pay eventually. It really is a shame though that ultimately this was just a college project. Because this is good. This is very good. I got into this before I even learned about Cultist Simulator. And as far as a variation on the concept goes, I prefer this one. I enjoyed Cultist Sim for what it was. But for a focused game experience, this is excellent. So it's kind of a shame that with the group that made this disbanding after university to pursue their own careers, we very likely won't see any addition into this form ever again. Unless somebody else wants to pick up the mantle. If we had Underhand, inspired by Cultist Simulator, why not have an additional thing inspired by Underhand? And card games are popular. I browse through my Steam queue and I still see card-based combat games. So that's definitely not going away anytime soon. So it's still popular, there's still a market for it. I need one more food to feed this thing. It's not so bad though. I got 4 relics. I need 3 more foods to feed this thing. Though I guess I could just do food, then relic, relic, relic. I could use the wild card to sacrifice 1 in exchange for 1 relic. Eh. Word to the wise, tea is supposed to go down the esophagus, not the trachea. You would think, after making that mistake for how many years of streaming, I might stop making that mistake. I should have gone for the food option. Ooh. Oh, infestation, go home! Extra food. I don't need a foresight. Tax break coming up. Tax break to convert to the salesperson to get an additional piece of food. Or that's 2 right there. And that'll be all the ones I need. That'll be all the ones I need. And then we just gotta coast. Actually, I should have some food to feed myself too, because I don't have any prisoners or cultists. So we can't do desperate measures and resort to cannibalism. Now we can. Now we can convert to cannibalism if need be. Beast is... Okay, right. Unleash it on the prisoners, let it loose in the pantry. but no option to just let all of my cultists. I could have 100,000 cultists. What if I don't have 4 food or 4 prisoners? I can't throw bodies at it till it stops eating. I can't feed it 4 cultists, but I could give it pizza rolls. That card was a child to work. Not gonna sacrifice a child on the rock. All Isaac like. And there's tax day money. Worked for 1 day in my life to afford taxes. Worked for 1 day of life, and all my money went to taxes. Got no call to spare anyway, but the game is good as one regardless. So nothing more to do but to wait for these cards to expire, reshuffle the deck, and grab my win. Disease strikes, but I got no cultists to get sick anyway. I've suddenly remembered, I mentioned before. But the disadvantage of this being... Wait. That was my last card and the first card? Okay. The disadvantage of this being a university project from like 2017 or so isn't just that Spoopy Squad disbanded after university and went their own ways, so never again make a game like this. But also, the lack of updates means that you simply cannot find this if you try to go into the Google Play Store or whatever else on too modern a mobile OS. Because let's face it, 2017, as much as I hate to admit it, was 6 whole years ago. And so, unless you've got an ancient phone like me, it simply will not show up in the Play Store for incompatibilities. You could install the APK, which is what I had to do here because, embarrassingly enough, my phone is so obsolete that it is still compatible with this game and can install it from the Google Play Store. BlueStacks, no matter what phone available in BlueStacks to try to emulate, they're all too advanced. So I had to pop onto Google and find and install the APK directly. And that's it. Fury of the Wild unleashed its ultimate power. One relic to summon Yakare. Now this is a decent pair of blessings. Farming is basically seeding the ground with food to get more food in the future. A good card. A very good card. Not super valuable, but it's good. But Uomancy. Uomancy gives you a free foresight. Or, if you sacrifice food, foresight with discard. So you can see what 3 cards are coming up, and get rid of 1 if it's too disadvantageous. The gods demand sacrifice, your ancestors are about to shame you, get them out of here. Though I can see why for balance. Cards like Police Raid or Greed exist as a quantum probability between cards. You can never see them on Foresight. Because if you could, you would get rid of them first thing every single time. Imagine if you could discard the Greed card and just keep on populating 20, 30, 50 cards. Baffling Bauble, we got you already. You are done. Give us the Call of Uluk. Invest in tea for more money. Or maybe more relics. You got a rare chance of relics from the tea if you're lucky. Infestation, lose my food. So we do have infestation to worry about this time. Got no money to invest into a farm. Back into the deck for next time. Oregon Harvest, though, you came a little bit too late. Because there's money enough to seed the farm. So we have infestation of the food and disease of the cultists. That is going to make things somewhat difficult. Because I'm going to require 1 sacrifice of food and 2 sacrifices of cultists to see this through. Whisper in the darkness resounds in your soul, the call of Uluk. Answer the call of Uluk. And do a tea shop. It's money! It is free money, basically. So we have infestation, disease, and all the while the cops are demanding money. Didn't pay my tax and got a tax break anyway. Didn't pay my taxes and got a tax break. I had no idea we were playing as billionaires. 3 already. Force a police raid. Break a few eggs. See the next 3 cards. And discard 1. Break an egg for foresight, break a few eggs. Or this must be some kind of yolk. I've only got 1 food. Day job is money, milkman delivery is food. But there's too great of a risk of getting the cannibalism event between them. Two cults to fight off 3 cops, and done. Gives me a net gain of 1 cultist, while reducing a little bit of suspicion. And that is so much money, that is definitely enough to get me a relic. If we had an auction pop up. Which we might not. The auction might simply not be in the deck this time. Bring my kid to work day. What do I need more of? Money? When there's a chance that I might not have an auction at all this time? Plenty of cultists? Do money. Oh, that puts me right at 15 cards! No day job this time. We are not gonna go back into the workforce. It's free money, and that's why I invested in the tea shop, and I'm already at 15 cards. I'm gonna bank this. This is a bank now. Exchange 1 money for 1 suspicion. I could always back out and get the 3 monies any single time, but that just maintains my limit. Speak its name. for 2 suspicion. Come on, police raid. Good! 5 suspicion means he could get police raid, but 18 cards means there's an even higher chance of greed. But this is what I wanted. To reduce my suspicion and drop my cards by 5. So now we're going to need... I think how the order goes next is blood, sacrifice of cultists, sacrifice money, then money, cultists, and food for a big whole feast and sacrifice, and then relic. I think that's how it goes. I say I think as if I don't know, because I just got that this weekend, but that was long enough that I forgot. Passage of time, take my suspicion away. Already have a relic, so go for it. Give us a farm. 3 times harvest cards. And if you get a good harvest, you could reinvest your harvest cards, giving up the material gain to provide more farming. I have 2 prisoners taking up space, I just realized. Okay, Uomancy. Foresight with discard. Tax break, auction on relic. I might not want to get rid of any of these. Maybe Milkman delivery, because I've already got plenty of milk. Replace that with something better. Tax break is only going to give you up to 4 monies though, which isn't going to be enough to buy a relic, but now we know that the auction option does exist. So if nothing else, we could bank some money to buy again later. Tax break and this coming up after the auction. All around the auction, tax break before, this investment afterwards. And there goes food. And desperate measures right away. Jeez, they waste no time. It hasn't even been a full day, and they're already hungry. I've already got so many cards. The difference is 1 extra card or 2 extra card. Doesn't matter, it's up to 17 regardless. Right to the border of 15. The good news is I got plenty of money. One and 2, plenty of cash, already at 15. I forgot if we have done the blood sacrifice yet, come to think of it. I'm pretty sure we have. Convert 2 deadweight prisoners into cards with actual use. Yes, please. And then comes organ harvestation to convert 1 back into a prisoner. If I had the space, because it gives the card back, that'd bring it to 16, so I can't do it. I have no space for the food or the monies. So insert 2 times harvest back into it, make it an investment. And once again, I simply can't. Oh. This is even more of a bank now, because now I've put exactly as much money into this as I'm going to get out of it. Simply because I have no space to hold all these limes. There. Bit more space now. 1 cultist and 3 suspicion. To bring me back into the single digits. Okay, tax day, you're out of here. Instantly. All I had to see. So much cash again. I could definitely buy an artifact with that, buy a relic. Souls to feed its power. 3 prisoners or cultists. Feast. Udalthik. Now I cannot buy a relic, because I need money for the next lavish sacrifice. Unless Uncle Sam wants to give me another tax break. Right, infestation of food. Now I do have to worry about this because I need these 3 resources for the next sacrifice. A good contribution of each. I think it's 2 each. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 6 whole resources. We'll do food. A bit of extra just in case. Oh, I should have gone for money instead because it's food and cultist. Oh well. Eh. There. I had no suspicion to give. It's a bit much. But now I have enough for the next sacrifice. Convert into more useful food. Convert prisoner into food. Sounds so wrong when I put it that way. What's coming up? Oh, that was the last one. Last one means there's no cards to look at, so the only way out of this little bug is settings, resume, then fixes. Uncle Sam, I can't do a tax break. I got too much. Can't you give these tax breaks to those who need it? How can we keep doing a regressive tax thing, where those with wealth get the least tax burdens, and those with the least means get the most tax burdens, and not a progressive tax system, where people like me with all this money and all this food get the bigger taxes, while those without might not have to pay any because you got people like me paying all this. I don't need a tax break. Quit giving me 16 cards. I got no more prisoners to give to sacrifice in. Don't be greed. Don't be greed. Oh, just Oregon Harvest. That's gonna make even more cards. Give me something to remove cards. That isn't greed. Don't be my relic. Don't be my... Ah, I lost my relic! My relic and both of my cultists. I'm going to lose this at the most critical juncture. And my bank failed. Well, sucks to be you, disease. I got no more cultists to give anyway. If I pay 1, That'll be 16 cards again. Does it have to be cultist, or is it going to be one of those cultist or prisoner cards for the next sacrifice?
Local businesses, a restaurant that recently opened at the intersection of Helsing and Massima may very well be doing the worst. They've had a string of difficulties and disasters that have all but run the
How many
store into
coins?
the ground. Chief among these was the public outcry that ensued when City Health Inspector Mr. Clean discovered
I got plenty of food to spare.
Speaking of the kitchen, Mr. Clean had this to say about the state of the restaurants. It's a disgrace is what it is.
Okay, now don't do the sacrifice just yet, otherwise I'll have to turn my relic into a wild card. And I don't need one relic to be the cost of 5. Okay, passage of time and day job, then the third request. Oh no, it's body of... Oh, that's right, we haven't done the body of gold yet. It's body of gold for like how many monies, and then it's one of each. That's okay, we got passage of time and day job coming up. That'll be plenty of monies. For once, they lined up the money acquisition in a good order. Now I need to maintain 2 food, 2 money, 2 blood sacrifices, and not lose my relic in a wild card at any point. Crop failure, oh well. Relic? Harvest times 4, or lots and lots of money and a single suspicion. Relic. Give me that freebie relic. Now I do have too many prisoners, now that I got my cultist that I need. I could do 5. Force a police raid. And then drop 3 police at 2 cultists, but then I'll have 4 prisoners doing absolutely nothing. Where's my assassination card? That's not an assassination card. There's my assassination card. Get in here. Milkman delivery. I would love to sacrifice 1 money for a cultist and food, but I need that money. Where's the old lady to exchange foods for monies? Indulge again. Simply sacrifice as a prisoner or cultist. Don't mind if I do. I don't need to advance this quest line. I just need the space. Presence almost palpable. What? Oh, it has to be cultist! So I can't even use prisoners for it. Painting its circle in blood, but it has to be the blood of the devoted. And it's 4 times Wrath of the Gods if I don't do it right. I got 2 wild cards. Gotta be done. This gives me the entirety of this round, and a little bit of the next into whenever the final thing pops up, to either get a relic or enough money to buy a relic on auction. I'm not gonna make it. Gonna fail just at the final terminal part. Do I have any more harvest cards? Is there a harvest card in queue waiting to give me one more relic? Get out of here, T-Shop, it's too late for you. For 3 to bring up to 15. I've already got enough money for a relic. If an auction begins. No auction, no auction, no auction. Recruit a cultist just in time to lose a cultist.
Sometime late this evening, an unidentified individual broke into Daly's Durable Goods General Store. Yet again, and completely cleaned out the registers. Police are investigating this nefarious crime as we speak.
Might as well. Prisoner has nothing for me.
Darren Daly, the proprietor of Daly's Durables, has gone on record to say losing the money.
And I know that tax day is coming up.
But the most valuable thing I lost
There's
last
nothing I
night
can
was
do
my
about
peace
that
of
though.
mind. If I ever find them, for the well-being of our listeners, we've
Because tax day is going to give me.
colorful words that include Mr. Daly included in speech. Mr. Daly also noted that a precautionary measure. He has
Oh well.
fired all of his staff and is looking for new employees effective immediately.
I do have monies, but I need that monies. I can only spare 1. I still have enough left for auction. Either way, be it 2 monies or 3. Maybe you should just pay the taxes then. Oh, never mind. Uncle Sam pays off. No tax break just in time for auction? Are we gonna auction? Children isn't auction. Because I don't have any... Oh, what's the final card in the deck too?
This evening, police apprehended a local non-profit organization suspected to have been behind the disappearance of numerous citizens.
1, 2,
When the officers
3,
emerged from the group's state
4.
of operation, however,
Final bit of cash. Then shuffle the deck. Shuffle the deck. And then we survive up until the summoning. Oh man, if the first card was a summoning, it would have been so good. I got nobody to lose. Hungry guests, don't really care about that, eat 'em. Tax day, that's only gonna bring it to 4 suspicion. I'll take 4 suspicion. It's gonna be too late, Kappas, there's nothing you can do about it. My mind burns its final demand. A single relic. Pretty interesting that the final boss summon requires only 1 relic. When one of the earlier ones required like 2, or a bit more than just a relic. And that is win. Show us the cool end animation for summoning Cthulhu in reverse. Phenomenal. Again, that's the one downside. University project, so there's not really anything for winning except U1, continue, and some cool art deco. But it's still fun. And it gets straight up exciting at times. And now we have access to all the blessings, Soothsayer in town, Sacrificial Pact. Actually pretty useful. But I think that I'm going to take this victory and call it here. But yeah, super fun Underhand. And it's free. For those of us with primitive phones, we could still download it easily off the stores. For those with advanced, gotta download the API or the APK directly. But still. And again, big thanks for Vordian for asking about Cultist Simulator, reminding me that the superior product exists. Otherwise, I would have forgotten all about it almost. Every single one unlocked, and unfortunately, all that means is that from here on, you can play indefinitely. There's not really any like true campaign to it. So you do get to play as much as you want, with the full powers of whatever blessing combinations you want. God of Beginnings is pretty easy, because you do get 2 resources for free, a relic for free. So you don't really need to play with that one, especially with if you're running with like Hikare or Urufuk, and then Jai T and Windigo as requirements. That alone makes it pretty powerful. But unfortunately, since it is in the scope of a university project, the tighter focus means, as far as I'm concerned, that you do get a tighter game than Cultist Simulator. But it is also regrettably small enough that I can only play it for like a week at a time and then put it down for like a few months or so. Because otherwise you get too good at the game, you learn it too fast. Then you gotta hold off and forget it for a bit and then come back to it. But still, I do enjoy coming back to it. It was fun replaying it on my phone, replay it again here. Somehow having a smooth experience on the phone, and the worst phenomenal luck when playing it on BlueStacks here. But that's just how the cards go. But regrettably gonna have to end it here for today. Just want to get back through this game and share it with you guys. And now it has to be that time where I find somebody to raid. So let's see who have we got online today. I really must check. Is anybody else playing Underhand? I'm amazed that there is a Twitch category at all, but it is a Twitch category without even... It's actually got 50 followers. No box art, so I thought it'd be neglected, but 50 followers. Wow. That's good. That means people are actually deeply into this game. I play some games with a lot fewer than 50 followers on Twitch, so to see that much for this beloved thing is fantastic. But sadly, nobody else is playing it, so who's it going to be instead? Fenra's got an art update, Moss Bios is on. Ooh, birthday watch-along for Moss Bios. In that case, I think that the raid has been decided. So I am going to toss you guys on that direction. No stream tomorrow, of course, because Fennec coming over. So maybe Friday we'll start a 3rd round through Mask of the Rose, playing as a version of my bastard character from Fallen London, or something inspired by it. Maybe, we'll see. Until then, stick around for the raid. Go say hello to Moss, wish a happy birthday. And I will see you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. And check out this game, it's fun. It's fun and it's free, it's easy to download, go for it. Do it, do it.